Namaha. Good morning all. Myself Dr. Chaya Hulle, Assistant Professor, Department of Roga Nidana, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. I welcome you all on behalf of Sri Bahubali Vidyapeethas, JV Mandalas, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2, District Bagalkot, who has clubbed all of us for second day of 6th National Webinar on Ayurvata Chintan 2020 from the Department of Roga Nidana, Evam, Vikrita, Vignana. Prayer is the most powerful tool mankind has to reach the God. It gives us strength and confidence. So now I call upon our students for invocation.
ॐ नमामि धन्वन्तरि आदिदेवो सुरासुरवन्दिते आदपद्मं लोके दयाय स्वयं मृत्युविनाशनं धातारमीशं विविध औषधीनां धन्वन्तरि रमानाथं सर्वरोगनिवारकम् आयुर्वेदप्रवक्तारम् वन्दे पीयूषदायकम् सर्वे जनाः सुखिनो भवन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामय सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति.
Thank you for prayer song. Now I request Dr. Kulur ma'am for welcome speech. Hello, good morning to all. Myself Dr. K.V. Kulur, Assistant Professor, Department of Dravyaguna, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Sri Bahubali Vidyapeethas, JV Mandalas, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College welcomes you all for second day of 6th National Webinar on Ayurvata Chintan 2020 from Department of Roga Nidana, Evam, Vikrita, Vignana, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. It gives me great pleasure to give a warm welcome to our chief patrons of this webinar, Sri D.C. Patil sir, Chairman, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Welcome you, sir. Dr. J.B. Algur sir, Secretary, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Welcome you, sir. And Sri Nilesh J. Desai sir, Treasurer, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Welcome you, sir. I cordially welcome our beloved principal, sir, Professor and HOD, Department of Panchakarma and President of this webinar, Dr. L.M. Biradar, sir, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Welcome you, sir. Also, I heartily welcome Organizing Secretary, Dr. Chetna ma'am, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Roga Nidana, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Welcome you, ma'am. On this August webinar, with immense pleasure, I would like to welcome our guest speakers, Dr. Shalini Rai Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Roga Nidana, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. Welcome you, ma'am. And Dr. Veena G. Rao ma'am, Department of PG Studies in Panchakarma, JHS Ayurvedic Medical College, Mysore. Welcome you, ma'am. Another speaker, Dr. Madhav Diggavi sir, Professor and HOD, Department of PG Studies in Kaya Chikitsa, Saranath Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari. Welcome you, sir. A genial welcome our teaching, non-teaching and hospital staff and students of Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Day2. Welcome you all. I extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all the faculty members, practitioners, UG students, PG scholars of different colleges and audience from different parts of the country. Welcome one and all. Thank you, ma'am, for welcome speech. Greenery gives pleasure to eyes. Now I request today's
President of this webinar, Dr. Evam sir, Professor and HOD, Department of Panchakarma for watering plant. Thank you, sir. Let us begin first session on the topic revisiting Vata and its salient aspects in perspective of health and disease by Dr. Shalini Rai ma'am. Before that, I request Dr. Kulur ma'am to introduce ma'am to all.
On this pleasant occasion, I would like to introduce Dr. Shalini Rai ma'am. Dr. Shalini Rai madam, who is currently working as Assistant Professor in Department of Roga Nidana, Evam Vignana, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Sarita Vihara, Delhi. Ma'am has total more than 10 years of teaching experience and has guided 13 students in their dissertation and published 15 articles in national and international journals. And Madam published one book on Anime and Ayurveda, founded by Chaukamba Sanskrit, Prakashana, Delhi. And Madam has presented many oral and 32 poster presentation in national and international conferences and workshops. Madam reviewed 3 journals and awarded with Ayurveda Bhushan in 2019, Best Paper Award in 2017, Himalaya Ayur Visharada Award in 2004, and numerous awards in institutional and faculty level for debate and essay. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Shalini Rai madam to start with the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Good
Audible.
morning, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Okay. Respected principal, sir, Professor Ellen Bilaver, sir, distinguished dignitaries, senior faculty members, colleagues from all of the institute and other places who have joined us, and dear students. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for providing me with this opportunity of sharing my views and opinions, and Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tedal, Kerala, for taking this initiative of sharing our views, opinions, and knowledge so that we may come to some enrich our knowledge and wisdom. So I would like to thank them, and then I would like to begin with my presentation. And this presentation is more intended for the scholars, as all the senior faculty are already knowing all of the concepts which I'll be presenting here. So I would request the scholars to participate and interact also in this session. So beginning with my topic, it is rediscovering Vata and its clinical understanding in health and disease. So the objectives of this presentation will be: what is Vata, where does it reside, what are the causes of its aggravation, how do we understand Vata, what are its functions, and how do we understand them, and what is the interrelationship between Pakvasha and Vata dosh. Since Vata is a very big topic and it is practically impossible to cover each and everything, so I have taken some of the important aspects which I'll be sharing and talking about in this presentation. So beginning with the introduction. So what is Vata? As we all know that we are the students of an Ayurveda fraternity, we know what is Vata. It is one of the Sharirik doshas, which is the main biological functional entity. It is the controller, initiator, and regulator and coordinator of all the functions of the human body. It also, the human body, which is comprised of dosh, dhatu, upadhatu, mal, srotas, Agni and Sattva and Atma. So that human body, the main initiator, controller and regulator is the Vata dosha. So we come to the Nirukti of Vat, which comes as Tatra Va Gati Gandhanyo. So here we see that there are two words, Gati and Gandhan. Gati represents actions and Gandhan represents the perceptions. So these two words, Gati and Gandhan, in short are including all the activities of our human body. That is the sensory perception which is occurring at any level in all the system and the actions which are occurring consequently. So the Nirukti of Vata dosha as Tatra Va Gati Gandhanyo, meaning actions or movement, and the perception. Gandh is here representing a perception. So these two words are in a very small word meaning and referring to the whole function of Vata dosha. Now the composition of this Vata. Vata, as we all know that everything in this universe is Panch Mahabhautik. Similarly, this Vata dosha is also Panch Mahabhautik, but it is comprised majorly of two elements, that is Vayu and Akash Mahabhut. Along with the Sharirik doshas, the Mansik dosha are also playing an important role in regulating and governing our bodily functions. So, the Akash Mahabhut has the predominance of Sattva and Vayu Mahabhut has the predominance of Raj. So, combining these two Mahabhuts, the Vata dosh has predominance of Sattva and Raj, but Vata has been called as Rajo Gud Bahul. So, how do we see and appreciate this Vata? We all are sitting in our rooms at different places and we all are doing our own work. At presently, we are participating in this seminar. So, are we able to perceive that there is Vata around us? It's difficult because we are not seeing any activity, and unless and until our Shastra told us that Vat is there around us, or unless and until the scientists told us that there is Vat around us, we were not able to perceive the Vat. Since it is Amurt, we are not able to visualize it. It's imperial, incorporeal. So because of this Amurt nature of Vat, we are not able to visualize it. Only what we can do is we can feel it. Feeling can be done only when we see, when we perceive it through any of our sense organs. So we can perceive Vat when wind is in the universe. Lok Purush Samya Yatra Pinde Tat Brahmande. Following that principal theory, when we see the leaves moving or the clothes which are hanged, when they move, we then come to know, or we when hear the sound of wind, we come to know that their wind is blowing. But Vat is, the wind is Vat in movement. Otherwise also, silently also, when no wind is moving, Vat is there all around us. So Vat is Amurt, and since it is Amurt or incorporeal, it doesn't have a form, we are able to perceive it only through our sense organs and its functions. So that is why it has been stated as Avyakto Vyakta Karma. That is itself, it is Avyak, but how we will perceive it? By the functions it will perform. Then other terminologies which have been used for describing the Vata dosh are Asanghatvantam, Anavastitam, Anasadhya. Asanghatvantam means it doesn't join like the Kapha and the Pitta dosh and the Dhatu. The Vata dosh, it doesn't join or stick to anything. And it is Anavasthit, meaning it is mobile, it is continuously moving, and Anasadhya. Anasadhya means it is not easily approachable. As I have already discussed, that it is Rajogud Bhuyisht, and one of the other properties which has been explained for Vata is Yogavahi. So, Vata has been given a great importance in our Ayurvedic text, and that is why separate chapters have been described for its in Sutrasthan for describing its various basic principal components, further in Nidan and Chikitsa. Chikitsa Sthan for a Vat Vyadhi, and then the Nanatmaj Roga are also described. So Vat is a very important component. That is why a lot of weightage has been given in a classical text while describing this Vat. So how do we come to know this? When we appreciate this fact, the importance of Vat, when we see the Paryay which is given to this dosh. So there, when in Vatkala Kali Adhyay, when the Paryay of Vat are given, there it has been described as Sahi Bhagwan, Prabhavascha Avyayascha. Prabhav means from which everything originates, and Avyayascha means which doesn't spend or which doesn't get eliminated. It is self-perpetuating. Bhutanam Bhav Abhavakara. It is the substance which brings the substance into existence and also finishes it off or ends it. Sukh Asukhiyo Vidhata. It determines the health or happiness and the grieveness of the individual. It determines the death, Mrityu, Yamah Niyanta. Yam again shows the Mrityu. Prajapati. Prajapati, the term Prajapati is used for the one who does the palan of his praja. So similarly, Vat dosh in its Prakrit Avastha is doing the palan of all the dhatus and the other dosh, Upadhatu and Mal, hence it has been called as the Prajapati. Aditi, Vishwakarma, Vishwarup, Sarvagah, Sarvatantranam Vidhata. Here, Vishwarup, Sarvag, Vishwakarma again they are showing its importance as regard to the whole, the governing of all the body functions by Vat. Sarvatantranam Vidhata. Now this word has some significance which I would like to discuss. Sarvatantranam Vidhata means here Tantra is pertaining to actions, karma. For example, in Chakrapani Tika, he has explained that Tantra is also referring to karma. For example, Basti Tantranam in Siddhistan. So, Sarva Tantranam Vidhata refers to the Vat being the initiator, coordinator and regulator of all the functions of the body. Bhavanam Aduh Vibhu Vishnu Kranta Lokanam Vayurer Bhagwan iti. Now here Vat has been at the same time called as Anu and Vibhu. Vibhu refers to Vyapak and Aru refers to small or subtle. So the same Vat, it is so sukshma, so subtle that it can pervade the minutest channels of the body, and at the same time it is so gross that it is present all at once in the whole body. That is why we are able to perceive the sparshan indri, which is vyapak in the whole body, and that can be perceived everywhere. So Vat, unlike Man, is not Adu and Ek. It is though Anu, but it is Vibhu. So it is Vyapak in the whole body. So again, this we all very know, which we have read many times since our BMS first year, that all the three doshas, they are important functional components, physiological components for the functioning of the body. But amongst these three doshas, Vat is again having a upper hand because these two doshas, the Pitta and Kapha, they are also depending upon the Vat for initiation, coordination and regulation of their functions. Without Vata dosh, they will not be able to perform their own respective functions. That is why this classical verse, Pittam Pangu, Kafam Pangu, Pangavo Maldhatva, Vayuna Yatra Niyante, Tatra Varshanti Megha. Then again in Chikitsa Sthan, for signifying the importance of Vat, Vayu has been described as Vayur Ayur Balam Vayur Vayur Dharta Sharirina. Vayur Vishwam Idam Sarvam Prabhu Vayushya Kirtita. Like in Charak Sutra Adhyaya 12, again Vayu has been called as Prabhu, or the creator and the destroyer and the controller. That terminology has been given to Vayu, and here Vayu has been called as Ayu. But we have already read that what is Ayu? Sharir Indri Sattva Sanyogodhari Jivitam, and that is called as the Ayu. So being the initiator, controller and regulator of this body and its life, all the activities which are occurring in the whole lifespan, Vayu has been given the synonym of Ayu, Bal, and the Dharan of this, Dharan Karta of this Ayu. Then again it has been stated, Avyahat Gatir Yasya Sthanastha Prakrito Sthita Vyayuh Syat So Adhikam Jivet Vid Roga Samashata. So this is important because we know and we are very much clear that this Vayu has to be in its Prakrit Avastha for the health to occur. So the Shastra, while describing its importance, has told that avyahat gatiryasya. Avyahat means unobstructed gati, means unobstructed movement. But here we have to become very clear that unobstructed movement may also occur in the stages of Sanchay, Prakop, Prasar. So then it will not lead to healthy status. So avyahat gati means here is referring to the gati or the movement of Vat which is occurring in its own channels, not in any other channel as occurs in Ashyapkarsh also, or as may occur in Vimargagaman also. So avyahat gatir yes sthanastha prakrito sthita. This whole line has to be taken collectively, means Vat situated in its own place, in its own srotas, where it is circulating in an unobstructed way. Then only it will be able to perform its functions in an uninterrupted way, and it will lead to healthy life of about 100 years, which is not having any diseases. So with these descriptions, I can see there are some hands raising. So ma'am, will we like to discuss it in between, or maybe discuss it after the session? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. After the session, we will discuss questions, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So then here we come to the appreciation that Vata dosh is a biological functional entity which is the main component and also governs the other two biological entities, that is Pitta and Kapha, and all three of them are making the functional attributes of our body and helping our body to grow and survive. Its hand. So now we come to another, this is very obvious. I mean, the scholars will be wondering, why have I put this topic here? Where does it reside? So we all know that Vayat is residing in the whole body, just as we have discussed here, that though it is Adu, it is Vibhu, Vyapak in the whole Sharir. So Sarva Sharir is the place where the body, where the Vat is residing. Means each and every cell, tissue, organ, organelle of the body, everywhere Vat is present. Then more specifically, our Acharya have the habit of first generalizing and then giving a specific particular component so that the things, they become easy, because once it is generalized, we will not be able to apply some principle or concept. So for the application of some principles and concept which attribute to its treatment, they have given specific locations in the body. So the specific locations in the body are Vastihi, Purishadhanam, Katihi, Sakthini, Padavastini, Pakvashayascha Vatasthanani, Tatrapi Pakvashayo Visheshena Vatasthanam. So the lower part of the body, that is almost up below the umbilical level, that have been described as the parts of the body which are responsible as the main location or the site of Vata. Then Ashtang Hriday has added further the ears as Shrotra and Sparshan Twacha. These are also the sites where the Vata is residing. And we have seen, and we have, as we have gone through all the descriptions in the BMS first year, second year, final year, and after we become teachers, that the functions of Vata correlate much to the functions of the nervous system. But that nervous system and as a part is not mentioned anywhere in Ayurveda, so that we will come to discuss later. So how do we understand this Vata? So that we have, as we have discussed earlier, that since Vata is Amurt, Anavasthit, Anasadhya, so how do we understand it? If we are not able to see anything, then we feel it. Anuman, we make an Anuman for it, and that Anuman is based on Purva Gyan, Purva Pratyaksh and Aptopadesh. So that the understanding of Vata is also based on similar experience, that is its functions. And its when we see its properties within the body. So the properties of Vata are Rukshah Shito Laghu Sushmaschal Atvishadah Khara. So the properties of Vata have been described in different contexts. There are some differences also. Somewhere Sukshma has been described and somewhere Sukshma has been replaced with Darun. So these are degrees, the Khar, and the further degree is Darun. Darun means more Khar and more dryness in the body. So the properties of Vata, that is, Vata itself is Ruksh, it's dry, it's Sheath, and somewhere it has been also called as Anushna Sheath. So, and Laghu, it's light, it's Suksh, it's subtle, and then it's Chal. Chal means it causes movement and is able to pervade the channels of the body, and it's Vishad. Vishad means it is clear. In its movement, because of this clarity, because of the Sukshmata and the Laghuta, it is not going to get obstructed anywhere. And Khar, it causes, this is a function which is presented in the body, that it causes Kharata in the body. So how do we see when in a person we see these properties? Normally, we don't see if a person is healthy, we will not see these properties of Rukshata and Kharata because they are balanced by the opposite properties of Kaph and to some extent by Pitta also. So the properties of Vata are and Pitta and Kaph, these three doshas are continuously being balanced by each other so that there is a homeostasis of the functional attributes and the gunas in the body, and normally there should be sneha in the body. A person should have sneha. Sneha is a representation of health, but that sneha should be kept in check. Sneha, am I making any sense? If someone would interact, that would be great because it's only one way. Hello. For example, if we say healthy individual, then how do we perceive that person is healthy? We just by looking also we can have a glimpse that a person is healthy by the looks of that person. So what are that looks? That the person has a prabha, varna, kanti. These things are there, but then the person has an unctuous look. The swar is also good. The skin and other properties, they show an unctuousness. So the unctuousness of our body should be like the unctuousness which is present on the petals of a leaf. The unctuousness on the petals of a leaf give it a glow, but it doesn't like anything stick to it. So the unctuousness in the body should be such that it lubricates the body, it protects the body, but it doesn't have that sticky quality or pichilta in it. So the sneha should be there, but that should not be associated with pichilta. Hence the Vishad property of Vata, the Vata is acting at all the places in the body and counteracting or balancing the pichil gun of Kapha. So Vata is understood by its karma. Avyakto vyakt karma. That itself it is avyakt, but by its functions we can understand it and we can know it. And by its gunas. So these are the gunas. When we see these gun to be increased in the body, then we can say that either the Vata has increased or there is depreciation in the qualities of Kapha. Since these three doshas are continuously balancing each other. So how is Vata aggravated? So it is a very important question, as has been discussed in Charak Sutra Adhyay 12 also, that Vata, which is itself is Amurt, not having any shape, and Anasadhya, which is unapproachable. It is Anavasthit, it is always in motion. Then how does such kind of Vata get aggravated? So that we will now see that how is Vata aggravated. So Dushti of Vata occurs because of sevan of the Vata. Will you agree with me when I say that in Ayurveda also it has been said that Khadinyatma Manah Kalo Dishascha Dravya Sangraha. So the Panch Mahabhut, Man, Kal, Dishaएं, everything has been called as Dravya. And what is Dravya? Yat Rashita Karma Gura Karanam Samvai Yat Tadr Dravyam. So Dravya, where is there? What is that Dravya? Where there are some karma, which performs some karma, there are some properties, and which is a samvai karan of something, that is Dravya. The description of Dravya in Ayurveda, the definition of Dravya in Ayurveda. So Vat, made of the Panch Mahabhut, that is also a Dravya or a matter. Now, as we have discussed earlier, that Vat is made up of two Mahabhuts, predominance. It is made up of 5 Mahabhut actually, but there is predominance of 2 Mahabhut, that is Akash and Vayu. So, Akash is space and Vayu is the air or the wind. Air in movement is called as wind. So, we can call it as air. Now, air and space, both are given the word status of matter. What is matter? Matter is anything that has weight and occupies space. So similarly, the Vat, which is present in our body, it is also a matter or a Dravya. It has some karma and it has some gun. And when something is Dravya, even Man is Dravya, Disha is Dravya, Kal is Dravya, so then that Dravya can be increased or decreased in the body. How? Sarvada Sarva Bhavanam Samanyam Vriddhi Karanam. So if we are going to indulge and utilize such substances which are having the properties which are similar to that of Vat, those properties will add up to the properties of Vat and will consequently lead to its aggravation in Anshansh Kalpana. For example, if a person is indulging in excessively dry food items, then what will happen? The rock bhav of his body will increase. Other properties, but it will lead to increase in the component of Vat, which we will be able to see. Now, it cannot be only diet. If a person indulges in such kind of behaviors also, for example, Ratri Jagran is also Ruksha. So, if a person is doing excessive Ratri Jagran or Vyayam, then also the Raksha bhav of body will increase and it will lead to aggravation of that particular component of Vat. So, the increase in Vat can be collective, in which the whole Vat is increased when many such components are present, or it can be in the Anshansh Vikalp also, when that particular component which is being indulged upon will increase in the body. So, sheath, when we say that increase in sheath property, so what we see in air, when we have already students of biology and we have studied that heated air or air, once it is heated, its molecules increases, its gati will increase. And what happens when the air is cooled? It will settle down. Similarly, the sheath property of Vat, when we utilize the substances which are sheath in nature, either substance or activities, the sheath property will lead to stambhan and it will hamper the gati of Vat. Now, Vat is the regulator and it has to continuously initiate activities. It has to continuously regulate and coordinate the activities, and it has to continuously control them. So, if the sheath gun is getting increased, the property of gati of Vat will decrease and it will lead to dushti of Vat. So the collectively there are so many factors which can increase Ruksha, Sheet, Laghu, Sukshma, Vishad, Khar properties, Darun properties of Vat, but then they have been summarized by Tistacharya in Madhav Nidan as Vyayamat, Aptarpanat, Prapatanat, Bhangat, Chayat, Jagaranat, Vedanamcha, Vidharanat, Atishucha, Shatyat, Atitrasatah, Ruksha Shobh Kashai Tikti Katukair Evi Prakopam Vrajed Vayu Varidharagame Parinate Channe Aprane Apicha. So the whole, almost, the factors are innumerable, but almost all the factors have been tried to be summarized by Tistacharya in these components of the shloka. So that is what we have discussed, that आहारश्च विहारश्च यह स्यात् दोष गुणे समः धातु भी विगुणश्च भी स्रोतसांसा प्रदूषक. So the properties homologous to dosh and analogous to dhatus, they will vitiate the vata. So other causes of dushti of vata, they are very important, have been described in this Chikitsa Sthan, that dhatukshay, vayur dhatukshayat kopo marga savarnenj. So vata dushti also occurs besides its own indigenous factors. Indigenous factors are the ones which we discussed in the previous slides. Besides those factors, dhatukshay, because now we will go on to dhatukshay. Now this is a diagram which I have placed here, that vata is residing in the whole body and dhatu. Now, if we just visualize that what kind of a system our body is an open system. Open system means that we continuously have to interact with the environment. We have to intake some food. We perceive the sense organs, the vishay by the sense organs. We breathe, we excrete. So continuously intake and excretion is occurring. So this is an open system. A closed system is that in which no external factors are able to influence it. But our human body and all other organisms which are present in the universe, they are open system because they are continuously interacting with the environment and are accordingly getting changes. Now, in an open system, we all have done that experiment, I suppose, in our lower classes. When we did that, we took a thali and we took water in it, burnt a candle, and then placed a glass over it. We have done it. So what happens after some time when the oxygen which is present in that glass, it gets consumed, the candle extinguishes. And the empty space which is created there, what is done to it? The water rises to fill its space. So do you remember this experiment and you agree that it is a true phenomena? Whenever there will be vacuum, that vacuum will be filled by something which is not vacuum. Is it right? Now, our body is continuously made up of dosh, dhatu, upadhatu, mal, srotas, agni, and all other components, but there is no vacuum in it. So there are all the places of our body are filled with some component, interstitial fluid, tissue, plasma, serum, everything is occupied by some tissue of the body. We will call it dhatu, dhatu, just to indicate that yes, there is something which is filling up all the space in our body and there is no empty space such as vacuum. There is no vacuum in our body. Now what happens in case of a dhatukshay? So we can appreciate that dhatu are of two types. Liquid dhatus are also there and dhatu here is also including upadhatu, mal, everything for the purpose of description. So the dhatus are of some dhatus are liquid in nature, some dhatus are solid in nature, like mans, med, asti. These are solid type of dhatus and others are also there which are liquid in nature. So the kshay of dhatu. Now we just imagine a scenario when a person met an accident and he bleeds. Or if a person is having diarrhea, vomiting and that person is getting dehydrated. What happens? If a person bleeds, then the RBCs, WBCs and a particular volume of blood is lost. So what happens? That if what we have to do, there is a dhatu kshay. Shodit dhatu ka kshay hua. Now what we see in that person? That vayur vriddhi, the lakshan of vayur vriddhi will occur. Why? Because the loss of the components of that tissue has resulted in decreasing quantity, but the body will try to compensate it. So it will dilute it with the other body fluids to maintain the blood pressure and the flow. So the viscosity of the body, the concentration of the components which are present in blood, that blood will decrease. So first there was decrease in the quantity of rakta dhatu and then body tried to compensate it because the body will try to maintain the homeostasis. And so what it did, it diluted it with the other body fluids so that there has been now a decrease in the quality. So now the blood has become less viscous, its viscosity has decreased, the cellular components have decreased, the oxygen carrying cells have decreased, so that all these decrease in the quality and the quantity of the tissue will present as the symptoms of increased Vata. Similarly, if a person gets dehydrated, in diarrhea, vomiting, what do we see? We again see that that person is feeling dizzy, has headache. The features of Vata Vriddhi are seen there also. So whenever there is some empty space, it will not be left empty like that only. It will be diluted and the body will try to compensate it. And in this trying of compensation to maintain the no homeostasis, the new homeostasis stage, some of the symptoms will definitely present in the body, and that symptoms, they all pertain to Vata dosha. Now, these are the liquid tissues we discussed. Now, there are some solid tissues also. For example, muscle tissue is there, bone tissue is there. You all have heard about when muscle tissue gets deteriorated in cachexia. Again, the symptoms of Vata Vriddhi occur. Because now what happens when the muscle tissue is not getting proper growth and nutrients and it is getting depleted, again the symptoms because of the decrease in quality and the muscle mass, the features of Vata Vriddhi will present, because all the tissues are having snigdhata. None of the tissue is ruksh and khar except asthi. All the tissues are having some snigdhata component. When snigdhata will decrease, obviously that will be taken up by the ruksh component, increase in the ruksh component. So that will present with Vata Vriddhi. Further increase in rukshta will lead to kharta. Further increase in kharta can lead to the total dryness or darunatva also. So these are relative degrees which will be presenting in the body. Now in bone tissue, bone is comparatively different as compared to other tissues, because bone is, we know that Vayu and Asthi are having ashray bhav. Why that ashray bhav has been given only to the bone tissue, not to any other tissues? Because their bones, bone has as we all have read, that bone has is extremely weight bearing. It has got a great tensile strength, and now with this kind of tensile strength, if it would not have been porous, then it would have been difficult for us to move our own body parts. So in order to maintain the light weight of the bone and at the same time give its extreme tensile strength and weight bearing strength, there is a complex network and the bone is made porous from inside. Now within this porous bones, there is Akash bone, and the Vayu can move within this Akash bone or porosity of the sushirta of the bones. Now, we all know about osteoporosis and osteopenia when the bone tissues are getting degraded. So if the bone tissues are getting degraded, if the minerals are getting deposited less, again what is happening is the porosity of the bones is increases. And again the increased space that will present with the features of Vata Vriddhi. Because the rukshata of the bone, that also has to be within a particular limit. If it will increase further, it will give rise to a pathology. And then Avran. Avran is Avran is though very difficult to understand, but in broadest sense, we can understand that if something is moving, we see a traffic which is moving and it suddenly gets obstructed. What will happen? It will lead to increase in the traffic behind that obstructed place, and it will give rise to certain pathology. So the other two causes of dushti hetu of Vata are dhatukshay and Avran. So dhatukshay, as we have discussed, can be in terms of quantity or quality. So now we come to the functions of Vata. Avyakto Vyakta Karma. Now the functions of Vata have been described in so short, but if we see and we go to the details of the functions which have been described, we will find that the Ayurveda in so small sutras have described almost the whole function which we study in the modern perspective. So Charak Sutra 18 has described, we all know very well this verse, that Utsaha Uchwas Nishwas Cheshta Dhatu Gati Samah Samumokshu Gati Matan Vayu Karma Vikarja. That here, that Utsaha here refers to all the functions of the body, the motor functions of the body. Uchwas here is pertaining to all the autonomic functions of the body, Uchwas and Nishwas. Cheshta again to the motor functions, and Dhatu Gati Sama. Dhatu here refers to Dhatu, Upadhatu, Mal, everything, Dosh also, other two, because Dharana Dhatva, anything which is helping the retention and the growth and nourishment of the body can be considered as a Dhatu. Samumoksho Gatimatam Vayu Karma Vikarjam. Mal also are to a particular extent come in the category of Dhatu. Because we have seen and read this concept very well that though Purish is a Mal, but it doesn't have to be excreted all the time. It has to be held in the body for a particular period of time till the time it is completely made and processed, and then after a particular period of time only it has to be excreted out of the body. What happens in Atisar? Mal is getting excreted all of the time without getting properly formed. So what happens is that we experience the lakshan of Dhatukshay. So Mal to a particular extent are also helping in the dharan of the body, and hence for that description they are also considered as dhatu. Why that specific terminology of mal has been given? To indicate that they are do dhatu, but it is to a particular time only that they are dhatu. Otherwise they have the property of malini karanat mala, means they will cause vitiation in the body and will result to some of the pathology. So that is their main property. So to differentiate the main property that they can vitiate the body, they can give rise to pathogenesis, they are given as the term of malini karanat mala, but they also have a physiological function and help in dharan of the body. For example, Purish ka hai upstambhanam vayu agni dharanam cha, that it does the dharan of vayu and agni and it does the upstambhan of the body. Similarly, Mutra also has a function that it does Basti Puran and Vikledan. Similarly, Swed also has a function that it removes the excess of clay from the body. So every mal also has a function, but excess removal or untimely removal of the malas is not proper. That is why the term here is used as samumoksho, some amount. Some also refers to the timing, that the timing should be proper, the amount should be proper, and the method should be proper. So the expulsion of the excretory products from the body, that also has to be some. And this all indicates the proper functioning of the vata. Now it is very important because we have read all this and we found a reference in Sushrut Sharir Adhyaya 7 verse 8 where we found that important component kriyanam apratighatam moham amoham buddhi karmanam karoti anyan gunasyapi swaha sira pavanasyaram. This is the chapter on sira sharir, and there when vata is working or circulating in its own sira, in its own channels, then its functions have been described as kriyanam apratighatam, means it will perform all its functions without any obstruction or stoppage, and amoham buddhi karmana, means the intellectual functions of the body, our brain, they will also be performed without any disturbance, without any moha, means sambhyak gyan will be there. Karoti anyan gunaschapi swaha sira pavanasharan. So this words I have put here to show that there is a description of buddhi function also in the description of common functions of vata, and we will see later that in pranudan etc. the function of buddhi is described already. So now this the Charak Sutra Adhyaya 12, which is very important for the functions and regarding the different aspects of vata, there the different functions of vata have been described. Now knowing the physiology will help us to determine the pathology. So here we have taken the physiological components in more detail, because then we can understand that these are the physiological components, and if they get disturbed, obviously pathology will be there. So the functions of Vak, there it has been described, Pravartakas Cheshtana Uchavjana. So Uch and Avach functions. So how can we understand that? Cheshta. Cheshta, what is Cheshta? It is the activity. What kind of activities can be there in a human body? Kai, Vak, Man. The activities of the body, Man and Vachan. Three kind of activities can be there. Now, these three activities are also present in the animals. They also move, they also communicate among themselves. So they also have the property or activity of Vachan in their own language. We are not able to comprehend it though. And Man, they also show some emotions in dogs and pet animals. We have seen that they also express some emotions and some understanding. So there also some amount of understanding, emotional expression, and the activities of the body, digestion, all of this along with speech. Their speech is also present. So Kaya, Vak, Man, Pravritti is present in the lower animals also. But then how the humans, now Vat is there in those organisms also, but in humans there is a more higher function as compared to that which is present in the animals. And that higher function is the bipedal gait, that is we are standing on our 2 feet. Then it is the speech. Speech is again of 2 types, that is the receptive speech and expressive speech. If a person is speaking, we are able to comprehend that speech, hear it, and we are able to comprehend it, understand it, and then we answer it, or whatever is required, we perform that function. So speech is receptive and expressive. So one is gait, another is speech, and the third is the cognitive functions. For example, we can plan. We plan our finances, we plan a timetable, we have some goal to achieve, and we plan our day-to-day schedule to execute that goal. So that all relates to the higher functions, which are the functions of the brain. And the lower functions are the autonomic nervous functions, the reflexes, the movement functions are there, which are going on in our day-to-day life, and we don't have much role to play there. So we all know this whole human body, which we are studying in Ayurveda, Dosh, Dhatu, Mal, Upadhatu, Srotas, Agni, we study in terms of these components. But the same human body is studied by the modern medical science, and they study it in terms of the different systems, the brain, the central nervous system, and other things. So the same human body we are studying from 2 perspectives, the perspective of Ayurveda and the perspective of modern medical science. Our Ayurveda perspective, that the verse which tells that it is Anadi, Shashwat, Anant is completely true, because the modern science description will be something today, and then they will find another description, another reason, another logic, another experience that no, that component which we described earlier was due to this, is not due to this, but there is some other component which is present there. So that subtle, their description goes on changing, but our description doesn't change. But for a better understanding of our own science, we can use some of their components to understand better what do we mean, because there was a period when there was a deterioration in the practical experience we had due to various reasons in the history. We all have read it, that the influence of the modern medical system, Unani medical system, when the Vaidya Parampara was, Guru Shishya Parampara was not at all supported. So there was a decrease in the practical understanding which the Guru used to pass on to the Shishya. So we can have it by our own opinions. I mean, this is my opinion, which I am putting here so that we may be able to comprehend that what does this mean? What can we understand by this? It is like Chakrapani Tika. But this is with modern medical science also, some of the help is being taken from that. So Uch and Avach, these are the Cheshta. So Uch चेष्टाओं के लिए we very well know that for the cognitive and the higher functions, we are talking about the modern medical science all contributes all of this function to the brain and different of its parts. That there is a language area, there is a speech area, then there is a area which perceives the sense organs, then there is the cerebellum which is coordinating the movement, regulation, tone, etc. And then there is the in the medulla there is the center for respiration, etc., which will I'll have presented later also. So all of the movements of our body, all the cheshta of kai, man and vachan, they are regulated by the vat, and that vat which is the pravartak of all such kind of cheshta, kai, vat, man, all higher and lower cheshtaएं, that is within the brain. Now with that, no. Then they have also described pravartako vachah. Vach is vachan, shabd ki pravitti. The pravitti of vachan is a cheshta. It is a function which is motor function which is getting done. So vayu has been held responsible for this function. So how do we understand it? We can produce speech. Animals also produce speech. They also bark. They also have a voice box in which the air from the lungs comes and it resonates. But they are not able to produce the different pronunciation as we can do. We use our muscles of the oral cavity, lips, tongue, palate, and other muscles to produce the sound and the syllable which we want to produce so that it has a sense. So the pravartan of vach is not only related to the larynx and the vibration of the larynx, but also to the formation of syllables, which is coordinated by our mind. Our mind tells what we want. We know we are thinking that what we want to speak. And our mind is unconsciously, it is coordinating all our muscle movements of the mouth so that, and its different components, so that we are producing the words, we are producing the meaning which we want to convey. So that speech which we unknowingly use very lightly, that is a highly coordinated function of the larynx and the muscles in coordination with the brain centers. Then harsh, utsah, yoni. What is harsh? Harsh is happiness, and utsah is enthusiasm. So what these two functions show? Utsah, uchvas we have already studied as the function of vat. Utsah is there. Utsah has been described as the initiation of some work. Means the initiation which we take to execute some work, that is utsaha. And the happiness which we derive from doing that work or in getting involved in that work, that is vat. So vat in its functions, there are two very important components, that it is the impeller and the initiator of harsh and utsaha. What happens in vat kshayavastha? The utsaha is lost and depression may also occur. Vishad can take its place. Now, Uch and Avach cheshtaएं, the cheshta of our body in the modern medical science, we study under so many systems. We study it as a sensory system, skeletal system, respiratory system, then digestive system, circulatory system, excretory system, nervous system. So many systems we are studying. But in Ayurveda, we only study it as Vat. Vat is the pravartak of all Uch and Avach cheshtaएं of the body. And that all cheshta may come under any system which we study in the modern medical science. But all of that cheshta will be covered under the functions of vat dosh. Then, so now with the nervous system, as we have studied in the modern medical science, it can be divided into two parts, the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system has the brain and the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system has all the other somatic, peripheral nervous system has somatic nervous system and autonomic nervous system. So the functions which we studied here, all these functions are somatic nervous system, harsh, utsah, yoni. When we are excited, we're going to execute some work. That work is either by the body or by the man or vachan. So that is some cheshta is there. That is the motor function of the body. So this is pertaining to the motor function of the body. Motor function is executed through the motor neurons. that is the somatic nervous system, and by the central nervous system, because the central nervous system is coordinating everything. Refers to the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system, it comprises of the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous systems. These two nervous systems, they have the sensory part also. The autonomic nervous system has sensory part as well as the motor part. The autonomic nervous system is innervating our internal organs, and it is governing the functions of the internal organs. So heart, our lungs, our digestive organs, they are all innervated by the autonomic nervous system, and their perception as well as their regulation is governed by the autonomic nervous system. So these functions of Samirano Agneha, Dosha Sansoshanah, Kshepta Bahirmalana, they are related to the organs of our Kosthang, or the organs which are present in our body, and they are relating to the functions of autonomic nervous system. And autonomic nervous system has sensory and motor components. The sensory components, will they work? That, for example, when the blood is there in the heart, it senses that blood is here, now the valves will close and the heart will start its contraction. If the bolus of food is there in the esophagus, the muscles will contract and put it down to the stomach. The stomach will then churn it and mix it with the digestive juices present there. Then again it will contract to expel it, and the sphincter will open. The juices will be excreted out in the lumen for the digestion. So the autonomic nervous system is functioning in coordination for the proper execution of the digestive functions. So though digestion is the process of, it is an activity or an action of Pitta dosh, but at what time, what activity should occur, what should be secreted, what sense is made. It could be due to pressure changes by the bolus of food, or it could be due to the chemical perception, or it could be due to any absorption perception. So that all perception in the organs of the body and consequent action, whether secretion has to be done or secretion has to be stopped, whether the sphincter has to open or the sphincter has to remain closed, that is all governed by the autonomic nervous system. And this we all very well know that autonomic nervous system is also affected to some extent by the central nervous system and our man. If there is stress or some other kind of psychological derangement is there, then the functions of autonomic nervous system also get deranged or changed as it fight and flight response also. So to hold the Kshepta Bahirmalanam refers to not, as I have already discussed, that not the malas will be excreted all the time. After a particular period of time, when its functions have been performed, then only the mal will be excreted out of the body. Another function is Karta Garbhakritina, that the deposition of semen in the female reproductive tract, it's the fusion of the sperm to the ovum, and then the division of the cells to produce the various organs of the fetus, all occurs by the Vata dosh, as has been described elsewhere, that Vayur Vibhajati, Tejenam Pachati, Apah Kledayanti. So, Karta Garbhakritina. So, the deposition of the semen, the fusion of the semen, sperm to the egg, and then further cell division, that is a function of Vata. And not only cell division, the maintenance of flow to that fetus, holding of that fetus, contraction of the muscles before the birth to hold the fetus there for 9-month period of time, coordinating, initiating and regulating its growth. And then when the growth is complete, then the Vayu starts the contractions and then it expels the fetus. So in Vikrit Vata Dosh Lakshan, there it has been written that the Vikrit Vat will result in Garbh ka Upghat. It will destroy the Garbh. So the Prakrit Vat not only helps in formation of the garb, but also holds it in place for the particular period, and then only after the period is over, the Prakrit Vat will work upon Vayu specifically to expel that fetus out of the body. That is the function. It's very important. This was the first function which was given, but I have taken it a bit later, that Vayu's Tantra Yantradhar. Tantra here is referring to system and Yantra is referring to its components. Tantra is Sharir and Yantra is its components. So the Sharir, the human body as we see, your body, our body, every body has so many systems in it, as the modern medical system says. So the coordination of these different systems to control and make the growth and stay healthy, the whole human body, that is Vayu's Tantra Yantradhar. That is the different yantras, the different systems, the coordination between these different systems to make the human body healthy is Tantra Yantradhar. So now this doesn't end here only. The human body is Tantra and these are the Yantra. Then we also know that these organ systems, they are made up of different organs. And these organs are made up of different tissues. These tissues are made up of different cells. These cells are made up of different organelles. These organelles are made up of different molecules. These molecules are made up of different atoms. So there is chemical level, cellular level, tissue level, organ system level, and organism level. So that Tantra Yantra Dhar is not only at the system of Sharir and its components, but also to the more deeper levels. Organ system to its different organs. Organs to its different tissues. Tissues to its different cellular components. Cellular components to its different organelles. Organelles to its molecules. Molecules to its atom. So this Tantra Yantra Dhara property is not only has to be visualized and understood in a gross sense, but it also has to be understood in the most subtle form to the level of Paramanu. That is why Vayu has also been called as Anu. And one more function we will see, that there also Anuta of Vayu, and this function has been described. So Tantra Yantra Dhar is regulation, initiation, coordination at all the levels between the organism and organ system and organs, organs and tissues, tissues and cells, cells and organelles, organelles to molecules, and molecules to atoms, and maybe electron, proton, or whatever it is deeper inside. Now, this is that Tantra Yantra Dhar, regulation, control, coordination, that is what I was talking about. So this is the brain and the spinal cord. These constitute the central nervous system. And the peripheral nervous system is comprised of the cranial nerves, the nerves which are originating from the spinal cord. That comprises the peripheral nervous system. So peripheral nervous system is divided into the somatic nervous system and the autonomic nervous system. So autonomic nervous system is more concerned with the organs which are present in our body. Somatic nervous system is related to the motor activities. So both of this, somatic nervous system and the autonomic nervous system, they have sensory and motor components. So Tantra Yantra Dhar is there because suppose we are sitting here, we are all busy among ourselves, we don't need to respond. Why will a person respond? A person has to respond to some stimulus. If some stimulus will be there, that stimulus will initiate it will be registered in our brain or spinal cord. If that stimulus is registered in the spinal cord, then it may also give rise to reflex. If that stimulus has to be counteracted immediately. So that is also Tantra Yantra Dhar. If we touch a hot or a warm plate, we just immediately withdraw our hand without even thinking for a second. So this is also Tantra Yantra Dhar because the Vat is helping to protect us, protect our body. Now, if something is going to come in our eyes, we immediately close it without even thinking. So this is also Tantra Yantra Dhar. A stimulus is there and the body is trying to protect its system. So that could be due to reflexes Reflex are, we just don't have to think it. It's coordinated by the level of the spinal cord. And if it is something deeper, the stimulus or the sensory reception, it gets registered in the brain through the nerves, and not all stimulus is responded immediately. Some stimulus we respond immediately, and some stimulus, most of the stimulus, they are registered in the brain, and the brain uses it to develop memories, thinking process, and to respond sometime later also. So Tantra Yantra Dhar is also related to the sensory and the motor components, because all of the initiation, coordination and regulation cannot be without the perception and some action. That is, sensory and motor component has to be a part there also. This, now how will the body perceive ki the different organ systems are there, they are working? How will the perception go for Tantra Yantra Dhar function? That perception is through nociceptors, which are pain, thermoceptors for temperature, chemoreceptors, they are for water soluble and lipid soluble substances dissolved in the body fluids, mechanoreceptors, which such as pressure, so, or touch, which stimuli which distort our plasma membranes. So they can be perceived through nerves, myelinated and unmyelinated, through proprioceptors, through baroreceptors, through tactile receptors. These are the sensory stimulus pickers. Then Meissner's corpuscles, Pacinian corpuscles, Ruffini's corpuscles, they all you have studied, that these are the different components which sense. After sensing, they will send a signal to the body. That signal will be integrated and perceived by the body. What we have to do? Many times the action will be immediate, like the reflexes. Many times the action will not be there because that stimulus is simply registered in the body or in our brain, and we use it for developing our brain, our thinking process, our cognitive facilities. Every stimulus doesn't lead to an immediate action. So that is important, because if we start responding to every stimulus, it will be hysterical. Just imagine, every sight, every smell we are looking or having around us, and if we start responding to it, it will be chaotic situation. So the body knows that when to regulate, what to regulate. So that is important. Now this Tantra Yantra Dhar, we have this perception that the hormones or the enzymes are related to the activities of Pitta Dosh. Do you all agree? Because they produce transformation. For example, the most commonly studied hormone which we all know is the thyroid hormone. The functions of thyroid hormone are important as they promote the growth, development. They also produce heat in the body. They also increase the basal metabolic rate. So the same thyroid hormone is producing so many functions. It is increasing the basal metabolic rate, which is similar to the function of Pitta. It is producing heat in the body, Ushma, that is also a function of Pitta. Then this thyroid hormone is again acting in coordination with the growth hormone and is promoting the growth and development of the body. So this growth and development, these are the functions which have been attributed to Kapha dosh also. Then the same thyroid hormones, that is the T3 and the hormones, they are governing their own regulation and secretion. So sensing this secretion or the negative feedback control, this I have put here, the negative feedback control which is exerted by these thyroid hormones, this control function, it is a function of Vata. So a same substance, what I want to convey the message is, many times we have studied or we feel like, how much time do I have, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. There are other speakers also.
Yes, ma'am. At 11 o'clock, Vinaji, now I'm going to speak on the topic now.
Okay. So I'll conclude, है ना?
Okay.
So what I want to convey is that the same substance can accomplish different functions. I mean, in Ayurveda, it is clear. We are clear that we have to look at the functions. But if we go for what function and what substance, that will not make any sense to us. Because if we see at this example, we can very well comprehend that the same hormone is performing the function of Vata dosh in our text at one time, Pitta dosh at the same time simultaneously, and Kapha dosh also at different tissues, at different levels. So in Ayurveda perspective, we can use this model to understand our concepts, but we cannot correlate it on one-to-one basis. That's my opinion. Then these are the different sides of the brain which I have just shown, and we all may go through it later. Then the same functions of Tantra, Yantra, Dhar, which have been described in Ayurveda, that is done with the help of Panch Vat, Pran, Udan, Saman, Apan and Vyan. And there are different areas which have been described for this dosh, five kind of Vat dosh in our body and its functions. So the same function which Vat is doing, which we have discussed earlier, Tantra, Yantra, Dhar, Pravartaka, Sheshtana, Uchavachana, the same functions are done by division of this Pran, Udan, Saman, Vyan, Apan. So that is what I have tried to represent here, that Pran will do the functions which are ascribed to it, like the respiratory functions, Vyan will do the circulatory functions, Saman will do the digestive functions, Apan will do the excretory functions, Vyan will again do the endocrine functions, and so on. So we have to infer. Now it is very important, Niyanta Pradeta cha Manasaha. Because Niyaman, Praneta means initiation, to initiate the man so that it joins to its Vishay, and Niyaman, control. So Niyaman will be on Karma, and Prerna will be for the Vishay. That initiation will be for the man to join to its Vishay. Vishay is Chinta Vicharya Uhyam cha Dhyayam Sankalpamev cha. The functions of man, or the Vishay of man, Chintame, Vicharya, Uhya, Dhyaya, Sankalpa, and functions are Indriya Bhinigraha, Karma, Mansa, Swasya Nigraha. So Vat will initiate the man to join to its different Vishay, and मन के विषय तो वो भी है, sense organs are also its component, because man has to join to the sense organs to have their perception. So that is what I have tried to represent here. That is the functions of man. And the sensory perceptions, which we have already discussed in the previous slides, that the sensory organs are there, they conjoin to their particular vishay, and then that is perceived by man, and man it carries it to the, and results in particular buddhi. So there we have a description. In functions of Vat, we don't have description of buddhi, but in functions of man, it is given there that man joins the organs to their vishay, and it results in the particular buddhi, that buddhi of that particular sense organ, chakshu buddhi, and buddhi means knowledge. Whatever we have perceived, we gain some knowledge from that. So that represents buddhi. Then Shotra Sparshanya Mulyam. I had thought to describe it, but since time is running out, so I'm just going a bit fast. That tactile receptors, the sparshan indriya is vyapak in our body, Vat is also vyapak, and everybody, everywhere in our body, in all the functions, you just think of any other function, even if it is a chemical or it is a neurotransmitter or if it is an electrical signal, there has to be some contact, and that contact is sparsh. So sparshan indriya is vyapak in our whole body, Vata dosh is vyapak in our whole body, and that is why the sparsh ka mool Vat. And shabd ka mool, shabd is the gun of akash, and akash and vayu gunya anonya pravesh. So shabd can be perceived only when there is a medium to transmit it. In vacuum, we cannot hear the words. So vayu has to be there for the conduction of this shabd, which is a property of Akash also, and Vayu also, because Akash and Vayu gun anonya pravesh. And the Chakrapani has described it also like the Karna Shashkuli, that has also got Vat in it. So that is why it is called as Shotra Sparshanyo Moolam. Now this is what I was talking about, that organ, organelle, molecule, atom, sharir avyavastu, parmanu bheden, aparisankhyeya bhavanti. all the components of the organ of our body in terms of parmanu are aparisankhya. Ati bahutvad, ati sakshmyad, ati indriyatvaj. So our Charak Sharir Adhyaya 7 describes that there are the avyav of our body is asankhya in terms of parmanu, because it is many and very subtle, sakshmya. We cannot see it through our naked eyes. Tesham sanyog vibhage parmanunam karanam vayuh karmasya bhavasya. So to join these components together is the function of kapha, but regulation of this function is vata only. So tesham sanyog and vibhag, to divide them. It is the all have been attributed to vata dosh. Then this function sarv sharir dhatu vyuhkara sandhankara sharirasya, it is just showing that every component, every dhatu, every srotas of the body is getting pervaded continuously by vata, which is transporting the nutrients and is regulating the growth and development. Stuladu srotasam bhetta ayusho anupravitti pratyay bhuto abhavati akupita. So the vata in its normalcy will result in generation of and maintenance of ayu, and this vata, because of its subtle, sukshma, chal, vishad nature, is able to pervade the minutest channels of the body, which is described as thul adu srotasam bhetta. This is the last component, pakvashay, vata and vasti. We have read in Ayurveda, pakvashay has been called as the main sthan of vata, and treatment also we see that vasti is there for treatment. So why didn't our acharyas say ki brain we have to see the shir? Shir has been though called as uttamang, but in terms of vata, why pakvashay was always described? It was, now in my view, in my opinion, there can be difference of opinion, but I am submitting my opinion that pakvashay is the part which resembles many to a great extent our brain, cerebral, central nervous system, especially the brain, in terms of appearance, with all the gyrus and sulci-like appearance present in the intestinal tissue also. Further, besides the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, there is also an enteric nervous system which is present in the digestive system, right from the mouth to the anal rectum side is there. Now, that is why Agni and its different functions have been given great importance in Ayurveda. That if we keep this enteric nervous system healthy, that will help in maintaining the health of the central nervous system also. Now, the modern researchers are also backing it. Even if they didn't back us, our concept wouldn't have changed. That is for sure true. But that is just I'm using to help us understand better. So the enteric nervous system, now these are the some, and further the research says that enteric microbiome or gut microbiota. Our gut has about 10 to the power 14 million bacteria, or the organisms are there within our gut, which is more than the nerve cells which are present in our spinal cord. So that gut microbiome is also affecting the functions of the central nervous system, which has been proven through researches. So this intestinal microbiota, if it gets deranged, then it will lead to leaky gut, and the leaky gut will lead to stimulation of the pro-inflammatory cytokines will be there, and it will result in neuroinflammation and protein deposition. Further, the leaky gut, whatever crosses this goes in the circulation, and it can also reach the blood-brain barrier. So if we are able to address the pakvashay through our treatment procedure vasti, that vasti will be able to cross the epithelial tissues of the intestine and will be able to reach the blood splanchnic circulation, and after going through the hepatic component, hepatic circulation will reach the blood-brain barrier, and anything which is lipid soluble. In Ayurveda, Vata Chikitsa, we are using lipid soluble substances. These lipid soluble substances are able to cross the blood-brain barrier, and they will produce their effects within the brain. So that is my submission. Now they have also described healthy gut leading to healthy CNS, leaky gut leading to diseased CNS, And that is the reason why Acharya said that we cannot access the brain so easily. So we access the Pakvashay, we keep the gut healthy, we keep the Agni Samyak, we don't indulge in Vega growth, we expel the excreta properly at the timely way, and keeping the gut healthy will result in healthy microbiome. Further, Virechan, Vaman, Vasti at specific intervals will further lead to the normalcy of the doshas and health. So with this, thank you so much. I'm sorry for exceeding my time. Thank you, ma'am. I hope I make sense in some component. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chaya, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You gave us a clear view on both physiological and pathological consideration of Vata. And you also covered the importance of Vata, how Vata is responsible for maintaining health, and how it affects normal functioning of other doshas and dhatus and all the elements of the body. And you also covered the understanding the samprapti of the Vata Vyadhi through the silent aspects of Vata in disease condition. It helps us to do the samprapti vigatana in all the other Vata Vyadhis. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Next, I call upon Dr. Kullur ma'am to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Veena G. Rao ma'am.
Dr. Veena G. Rao ma'am, who is currently working as Professor and HOD, Department of Panchakarma, JSS Medical College, Mysore, and Madam has completed BMS degree from SDM Ayurvedic Medical College, Udupi, and completed MD Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Mysore of Karnataka. Madam has total more than 19 years of teaching experience and guided many UG and PG dissertations. And Madam has awarded gold medal for securing the highest position in BMS at annual convocation of the Mangalore University held on February 1st, 1997, and secured first prize for a scientific paper presentation on Ayurvedic perspective of metabolic disorders and integrated care in osteoporosis at international conferences on health and science in 2005. Madam has awarded with Vishwa Ayurvedic Gaurava Sanmana in an international seminar organized by Vishwa Ayurveda Parishad in 2019, and Madam has published 32 publications and many articles in national and international journals. Madam has guided 11 PG dissertations and participated as a resource person in 15 conferences, and Madam has attended 39 national and international conferences and many training programs, and she has successfully treated a number of patients with different diseases. Madam has given 11 public talks and conducted many more 25 medical camps on basal metabolic disorders for screening and treatment of osteoporosis patients in JSS Ayurvedic Hospital, Mysore. Madam has conducted Arogya Ayush medical camp for biopurification through Virechana, followed by Rasayana therapy in 2019. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Veena G. Rao Madam to start a session.
Okay, good morning. Yes, madam, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. It's audible, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So my pranamas to Lord Dhanvantari, and I seek blessings from Sri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji as I am working in JSS Ayurveda College and Hospital. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of the Ayurvata Chintana from the college Grameen Ayurveda Medical College Day2 for giving me this opportunity to share my clinical experience in understanding the pathology of Parkinson's disease. Ma'am, am I audible? Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to directly the disease, the Parkinson's disease. It is a progressive neurodegenerative disease characterized by large number of motor and non-motor features. 5 million people all over the world is suffering from this disease, whereas the men are more prone to develop Parkinson than the women. So this disease is named after the James Parkinson in the year 1817, who has elaborately explained this disease. Nearly the patients presenting with the cluster of symptoms of Parkinson disease or the Parkinsonism will always fall under the Parkinson disease, nearly 80 to 85% of patients. Whereas another 10 to 15% of patients, they suffer from some clinical features of Parkinson's disease, but not all. And they doesn't respond to the conventional treatment with levodopa, and they fall under the group of Parkinsonism. It is also called by the name atypical Parkinson disease or Parkinson's plus syndrome. So this can be like a disease presenting with the Pratyatma Lakshana of Kampa. So Kampa is explained as a symptom of Vata Prakopa. You say Kampa Parushya Saushirya Shosho Spandana Veshtanam. Kampa is a clinical feature of Vata Prakopa. It is also numbered among the Nanatmaja Vata Vyadhi, the Kampa. And the later author Basavarajiyam, he has explained Kampa Vata as a disease. Whereas in Madhava Nidhana, Sarvanga Kampaha Shiraso Vayuhu Vepatu Samjnakaha. Sarvanga Kampa along with the Shiras Kampa is named as Vepatu. See, these are the terminologies explained under the name Kampa, Kampavata, Vepatu and all. So patient presenting with tremors, Karapada Tale Kampo, that is tremors of the Hasta and Pada, Deha Brahmana Dukkite, Deha Brahmana, that is postural instability, Dukkite, apathetic, Nidra Bhango, insomnia, Matikshina. Matikshina means the loss of the intelligence or the judgment, etc., resulting in dementia, Kampavata Lakshanam. These are the clinical features of the Kampavata. So it can be a mere Kampa, may be a symptom of Vata Vriddhi in many number of diseases, not only Parkinson. So it can be a Nanatmaja Vata Vyadhi, and Vepatu can be a Sarvanga Kampa with Shirak Kampa, and Kampa Vata, as explained by Basavarajiyam, a spectrum of clinical feature presenting in a patient. Now coming into the etiological diagnosis of the Kampa Vata or the Parkinson's disease. Most of the cases, the cause is idiopathic, where the cause is not known. Whereas aging is considered to be one of the contributing factor, because this is very commonly seen in late middle-aged people or older age group of patients. Acharya says, why the old-aged patient is the kala for the Vata. Chiyate annadibihi iti kayaha shiryate iti shariram. So anabolic process is chiyate annadibihi iti kayaha. whereas Shiryate iti Shariram explains the catabolic process of Dhatu Kshaya. So, the involved Agni causes Dhatu Kshaya in the older age group of patient, and patient is prone to develop any number of Vata Vyadhi and even the Parkinson. The genetic factors, the mutated genes, they also cause the regulated cell death in the individual, resulting in the Parkinson disease. In explaining the Madhumeha, Acharya says, Ye chapi kechit kulaja vikara na sadhyamuktam sahibija doshat. So, hereditary contributing factor, the genetic contributing factor also plays an important role. The trauma, I have seen a patient when we were conducting clinical trials in the diseases of Parkinson with Himalaya Drug Company, the mucuna caplet. So, an young adult aged about 26 years came with the clinical feature of Parkinson disease. When we have elicited the history, he told he has met with a road accident. So, external trauma can also cause the Parkinson disease, and the exposure, external exposure, environmental factors, the repeated, more and more frequent exposure to the toxins like the pesticides, heavy metals, and even the drugs, say even the long-term usage of sarpagandha can also end up with Parkinson disease. With these, there can be Dhatu Kshaya with the Rakta, Ruksha Shital Palagvanna, Vyayamati Prajakari, all these factors leads to the Dhatu Kshaya and causes Vata Prakopa and Vata Vyadhi. The Abhigata, it says, Gaja Ushtrashva Shigre Anapatam Sanat. The accidents, falling or accidents, head injury, the Shiras Marma gets afflicted, presenting with the Parkinson. Then he has used the word Marmaghata specifically, the Shiro Marmabhigata. It is not only the Agantuja, it is Doshaja Marmabhigata. The doshas which are aggravated, vitiated, mixed, or avarana, causing aghata to the marma, that is Shiras Marma, can lead to the Parkinson disease. And one more interesting is Amat, Vega Sandharanat, Amat. So, Anye doshebhyo, evati dushtebhyo, anyonya murchanat, any combination of the vitiated doshas can also be called as Ama. So, this Dushi Vishas, so they trigger, they cause Ama, and Ama can lead to the Shiro Marmabhigata producing the Parkinson disease. So, all these things can be considered together. So, whether the Kavai Gunyata to take place, the Sthana Samshaya to take place in particular site of the brain. So, the Kavai Gunyata may be hereditary, genetically predisposed, or it can be acquired due to the exposures, aging, etc. So, now coming into the pathological diagnosis. So, what causes, with these causative factors, what happens actually in the brain? So, there will be free radical mediated injury. Free radical mediated injury, specifically the dopaminergic neurons starts getting degenerated in the areas like substantia nigra and other parts of the brain. It is not that only nigrostriatal pathways gets involved with dopaminergic neuronal degeneration. So many other parts of the brain also gets involved in the disease process. So there will be presence of Levy bodies in the residual neurons. Other than degenerated neurons, the other leftover neurons, there is Levy body aggregates. These are the aggregates of the proteins called as alpha-synuclein. And as we have already discussed, it may be a genetically regulated cell death process. The reduced copper level, one more theory, the reduced copper level and increased iron level in the basal ganglia. So that may be one of the cause, the triggering factor in the pathological process. And already been established that there is a gut-brain axis in the development of the Parkinson disease. See what Acharya says, why there is only some selected areas getting involved in the pathological process. He says, Dehe Shrotam Siriktani Purayitva Anilobali Karoti Vividan Vyadin Sarvanga Ekanga Samshitan. why that nigrostriatal pathways are involved. What is actually causing that dopaminergic degeneration? It is riktani iti tuchchani snehadi gunashunyani ityartha. That is, when in any part of the brain, if it gets snehadi gunashunya, becomes tuchchani or the riktani. So if such is the case, then aggravated vata takes sthana samshaya in the particular area or producing the Parkinson's disease. So as I have told that a reduced level of copper and even increased level of copper, that is a leaking copper into the CSF, is also a pathological event in the Parkinson's disease. See, if you go through the text, you can find a remedy for the Parkinson's disease with a drug, Sarvanga Kampari Rasa. For in Rasaratnakara, he has mentioned Sarvanga Kampari Rasa. So if you look into the drugs used in the treatment of Sarvanga Kampa, he has mentioned Mrtasutam, Mrtatambram, Mardayet, Trikatudravaihi, Ekavimshativaram, Chashosyam, Peshyam, Punaha Punaha, Chanamatravati Bhaksha, Rasa Sarvanga Kampajit. So Mrtasuta, Rasabhasma, Tambrabhasma and Trikatu. These are the only 3 drugs. Sarvanga Kampari Rasa. See, they know the involvement of the copper in the pathology of the Sarvanga Kampa or the Parkinson's disease. The Brack, in the classification of clinical presentation of the Parkinson's disease, he has mentioned 6 stages, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like. So he has told that the disease Parkinson's, it starts in the enteric nervous system, that is in the intestines, and then it moves towards the CNS. So any abnormality in the environment of the intestines in the form of the inflammatory bowel diseases, so that can be a cause or predisposing factor for the Parkinson's disease. So any abnormality in the gut can lead to abnormality in the brain. So it is a gut-brain axis. So even in our science, the Pitta Dharakala and Majja Dharakala are considered to be related to each other. Sa eva Majja Dharakala. So any treatment procedures done to the gut is also helpful for the disorders of the CNS. So Mrudu Virechana or Basti Karma, they all explain the involvement of the axis brain, gut brain axis in the development of neurological disorders. So now moving on to the pathology. So how Vata aggravates or the Prakopa occurs in this condition? Vayuhu Dhatukshayat Kopo Margasya Avaranena Va. Dhatukshaya, either directly or by the Margavarana or by Avrita Marga, the Dhatukshaya can happen and cause Vata Vyadhi. So it is the Dhatukshaya at Majja Dhatu gets involved. Gambhira Dhatu gets involved producing the disease, and Margavarana obstacle into the cerebrovascular structures. So we have a vascular Parkinsonism. The repeated lacunar multiple infarcts can also produce the Parkinson's disease. So Kupitastau Samudduya Tatra Tatra Kshipangadan Karoti Avrta Margatvat Rasadimshcha Upashoshayet. Avrta Marga, specifically Kapha causing Avarana to the Vata. So Vata starts getting Kshaya. The Dhatu starts getting Kshaya and there will be Vata Vriddhi. Rasadimshcha Upashoshayet. So that Vata will produce the Vata Vyadhi. It's not only the Parkinson, so all Vata Vyadhis. Then Swakarmanam Hani Vriddhiva Avarane Mataha. You have to take up the concept of the Avarana Vata here in this disease. Why? Because Vriddhi and Hani of Swakarma, the functioning of the Vata in a single patient, in a single disease, is a hallmark of Avarana pathology. Say for example, the patient presents with tremors. Tremors is Chalaguna Vriddhi of the Vata. The patient presents with bradykinesia, reduced to movement, slow down. The movements are slow down. So Vriddha Lakshanas Hina Lakshanas together in one patient is Avarana. So patient presents with rapid movements, small step rapid movements, fascinating gait, and also presents with freezing, having no movement at all. He will take 3-4 minutes to have one step, very slow, freezing gait. So rapid steps, freezed gait together. So it is a hallmark of the Avarana pathology. Swakarmanam hani vriddriva avarane mataha. So you can derive a samprapti like the positive factors, the etiological factors what we have discussed. So there will be Agni Dushti and Vata Kapha Prakopa, and Kapha here causes Avarana to the Vata at Mastishka Majja, Ardha Vilina Gritakaro Mastaka Majja. It is Majja Dhatu. The Shiras, the Mastishka is the Majja Dhatu. So Vata gets Avarana by the Kapha at Mastishka Majja. So there will be Avarana Lakshanas, and because of the Avarana, there is again Dhatu Kshaya and Vata Prakopa, and this Vata Prakopa also causes Lakshanas. Say a combination of clinical features. So when Kapha causes Avarana to the Vata, so what type of Vata? The Kapha causes Avarana to the Prana Vata. So wherein the patient presents with impairment of the cognitive features, cognition, that's the Indriya Lakshanas, the anosmia, the deglutition, dysphagia, and the sialoria, inability to deglute the saliva. So sialoria, dribbling. So these are all the functioning of the Vata. Stivana Kshavatu Anna Praveshakrit. So cognitive impairment, neurobehavioral abnormalities, so all these are produced due to the Kaphavrata Prana. So when you come into the Udana, the speech defects, the monophonia, like the small voice. So speech defects is caused due to the Kaphavrata Udana. Vak Graha, he says in Kaphavrata Udana Lakshana, Vak Graha. Why? Because the speech is a functioning of the Udana Vata. So Kaphavrata Vyana, all the movements, Gatya Pakshepa, Notshepa, Nimesha, Unmeshana, all the movements, so they are hampered by the Kapha here, by the involvement of the Kaphavrata Vyana. Gatisangas Tathaivacha, Gatisanga is a clinical feature, bradykinesia. Kaphavrata Apana, the autonomic features like bladder disturbances or the erectile dysfunctions, etc., are produced due to the Kaphavrata Vyana in patients of Parkinson's. And as I have already discussed, the involvement of the Samana Vata at the Agni Samipa, which is responsible for the Grihani, the enteric nervous system, which is a root cause for the CNS disorder, wherein Kaphavrata Samana. See, all the varieties of the Vata are getting Avarana by the Kapha, producing the set of clinical features, so which is presented in the form of Kampa Vata. So what exactly happens once the Vata Prakopa occurs? So this can cause, produced due to the Dhatu Kshaya, and this Vriddha Vata or the Prakupita Vata, so they take Ashraya in the Snayu, producing another set of clinical features. Because in the Prana, Udana, Vyana, Apana, Samana, Vata, Kaphavrata Vata Lakshanas, we don't see Kampa. So Kampa is a clinical feature of Snayugata Vata. Snayu Prapte, Stamba Kampau, Tamba and Kampa, the stiffness and the tremors. The major positive clinical feature of the Parkinson disease is produced due to the Vata, which is taking Ashraya in the Snayu. So we see clinical features of Prakupita Vata, the Snayugata Vata Lakshanas, and Kaphavrata, all 5 varieties of Vata, this group of clinical features. So you can call it as a clinical presentation of Kampavata. So Kampavata, Basavarajiyam, he says, Karapada Tale Kampo, that is the tremors of both the hands and feet. So it is a feature of Snayugata Vata. Deha Brahmana, the postural instability, Dukkite, apathetic, Nidra Bango, insomnia, Matikshina, the dementia-like features are the group of clinical features of Kampavata. So we'll move on to the individual features, like the patient of Parkinson disease presents with primary motor features, secondary motor features, and non-motor features. The primary motor features are the tremors, the rigidity, echinacea, that is the bradykinesia, reduced the movements, reduced movement, and the postural instability. So these four clinical features are considered to be the primary, and hypomimia, that is a masked faces, so expressionless masked faces, dysarthria, difficulty in speech, dysphagia, difficulty in deglutition, the sialoria, that is dribbling of the saliva. So all these are the functional Vyanavata functions. So they are also involved. So micrographia, that is the handwriting becomes very, very small, shuffling gait, festination gait, freezing gait, then dystonia and cerebellar, glabellar reflexes, they all fall under the secondary motor features. Then non-motor features, they are all not considered to be with the motor activities, specifically the autonomic dysfunction like orthostatic hypotension, bladder, so incontinence, etc. The autonomic dysfunction, sensory like anosmia, that it is reduced smell, paresthesia, perverted sensation and pain, the sleep disorders, the insomnia, cognitive abnormalities with the indriyas, and neurobehavioral abnormalities, they all fall under non-motor features. So basically, all the clinical features of the Parkinson disease are grouped into the primary motor and secondary motor and non-motor features. So Brack, when he is staging the disease, he says in the first and second stage, patient presents with autonomic and olfactory disturbance with a smell and all. In the third and fourth stage, patient presents with sleep and motor disturbances, and that is the insomnia with all motor disturbances like the tremors, the bradykinesia, rigidity, etc., the motor features. And in the last, that is fifth and sixth day, there will be emotional and cognitive disturbances in the patient of the Parkinson disease. This is a staging of the disease according to the Brack classification. So now coming into the clinical feature tremor. So tremor is a cardinal feature of Snayugata Vata. Snayu praptah stambakampau shulakshepanam tata. The aggravated Vata takes ashraya in the Snayu to produce stamba and kampa. So here the kampa or the tremor is a involuntary rhythmic movements, specifically the resting tremor. When the patient is at rest, not intending to do any of the work, the patient will have the tremors. So which is contrary to the intentional tremor of the cerebellar origin. So to start with, it will be unilateral in one hand, one leg, etc. And later it can be seen all over in all the four limbs. The amplitude of the tremor will be 4 to 6 hertz. There will be supination and pronation of the hands with a pill rolling tremor. Patient may even experience the internal shaking. So a re-emergent tremor have also been described. So because that is says the tremor develops with some delay, it is called as re-emergent tremor. So it is a cardinal feature of the Snayugata Vata Lakshanas. So now coming into the rigidity. Rigidity or the stamba. What Vagbhata says about stamba? Stambho bahu uru jangadinam sankuchana abhavam niskriyatvam cha. He says sankuchana abhavam. And another reference, he says prasarana asamartyam. The inability to flex and extend smoothly is known as the stamba. So the rigidity, here it is due to the hypertonia of the muscles. So while the hypertonia is seen in both flexor and extensor muscles, so there will be leg type or the cogwheel rigidity. So both during the flexion and extension of the muscles, a continuous resistance is encountered during the passive movement. So cogwheel means it is a jerky one, The lead pipe means throughout the flexion and extension, the patient we feel the rigidity. It's also known as the Froment's manure. So this is again the stambha. Stambha is a clinical feature of Snayu Prapta Vata. So Snayu Prapta has stambha kampao. And even in the Kafavrata Vyana, he says, Guruni Sarvagatrani Stambanam Asti Parvanam. Stambha or the rigidity is produced due to the Kafavrata Vyana, because mobility is a functioning of the Vyana Vata. So if it gets avarana by the Kapha, the stambha will be a presenting feature. So now coming into the bradykinesia, the first two, the tremor and the stambha or the rigidity are the positive features, whereas this is considered to be a negative feature. Bradykinesia means the slowness in all the kinesia. Kinetic means the movements of the body. The patient develops slowness in all the day-to-day activities. So fine movements like the fastening the buttons or using the utensils in cooking, or even the dysphagia or the drooling of the saliva, that is also because of the slowness in the deglutition process, the functioning, the movement, and the loss of facial expression known as hypomimia, the decreased blinking. So all these are considered to be the reduced the kinetic movements of the body, that is bradykinesia. Is again a clinical feature of Kafavrata Vyana. Vyane Kafavrate Lingam Gati Sangastato Adhikaha. Excessively Gati Sanga, the movement gets reduced, is a clinical feature of the Kafavrata Vyana. So there is one more feature have been explained as kinesia paradoxica. Kinesia paradoxica means the patient is unable to walk, unable to move, but suddenly if the patient hears some excessive the sound or sudden some threatening things, suddenly he gets up and runs. Kinesia paradoxica. So it is a chanchala guna of the vata. See, when patient regularly he cannot walk, he all does his work very slowly, but suddenly if something happens, suddenly he runs. You say kinesia paradoxica vata. So it is a lakshana of the avarana, sometimes increased and sometimes decreased, is a clinical feature of avarana. So next is the freezing. Freezing, it is also the movement gets freezed. Freezed in the sense, even if you ask the patient to go for 1 or 2 steps, the patient will not take his legs from the ground to move 1 or 2 steps. He thinks and then keeps one leg forward for 1 step. It's a freezing gait, freezed. So freezed is also a clinical feature of absolute gatisanga because of the Kafavrata Vyana. That has been described as the hesitation to walk. So that can be like 5 types. Start hesitation. To start with, he may be hesitated to walk. Turn hesitation while turning. Hesitation is tight quarters, the small area. Destination hesitation to reach the destination space, and open space hesitation because of loss of support. So the patient may hesitate to walk, absolutely presenting with freezing, complete loss of the movements. So it is also a clinical feature of the Kafavrata Vyana. So next comes to the another clinical feature known as postural instability. So the patient, the stance, posture, equilibrium, so they are also controlled by the extrapyramidal system. So patient develops postural instability because of the loss of postural reflexes and orthostatic hypotension while he gets up from the bed or something. So the BP little falls, orthostatic hypotension, age-related sensory changes, and kinesthesia. Aesthesia, kinesthesia means not knowing where he is exactly, like kinesthesia. So all these together may contribute to one clinical feature, that is postural instability. So this can be examined by a pull test. If you just push the patient from the back, so normally, if it is a normal individual, with 1 step or with maximum of 2 steps, the patient gains the stance and equilibrium. But in Parkinson patient, if you push the patient, he may walk for 3, 4, 5 steps to become, or he may fall. So if you pull the patient from back to check for the retropulsion, so patient will move back 4, 5, 6 steps to become get equilibrium, whereas a normal individual will take 1 or 2 steps to become to gain the equilibrium. What is known as the pull test to know the degree of retropulsion and propulsion. So this instability indicates the association of the pitta with the vata. So there can be association of the pitta. So once the disease becomes chronic, every disease associates with all the doshas. Totally for chronic for years together, not only the vata and kapha, even pitta will also get associated with presenting with the features of postural instability. This has been explained as Deha Bhramana Dukkite, Deha Bhramana, that is instability, as by Basavarajiya. So now coming into the gait abnormality. So patient presents with the slow, small steps in some patient and in some other rapid, short steps. So rapid because when the patient is standing, he will have a stooped posture. So his gravitational line will fall in front of him rather in line with him. So to catch the gravity, so he will have a rapid short steps with loss of arm swinging or reduced swinging of the arms, and you call it as the festination or the shuffling gait. If you ask the patient to turn back after moving some distance, he will take a military turn. 1 or 2 steps he will turn and will come back. So it is a classical, the festination gait in patients of Parkinson's disease. But in some patients, there may be very, very slow, small steps can also be possible. So small, slow, rapid, short. So the Hani Vridirva Avarane Mataha. Again, it explains the Avarana Vata pathology in the Parkinson's disease. So next coming to the speech disorders, the speech is a functioning of the Udana Vata. Vak Pravritti Prayatnorja Balavarana Smriti Kriyaha. Vak Pravritti. So the speech is controlled by the Udana and even the Prana. So when Kapha causes Avarana to the Udana and Vyana, even Vyane Paravasti Vagraha, the movement, the articulation, the uttering, everything causes the involvement of the Vyana. So Udana and Vyana gets Avarana by the Kapha, patient presents with speech defects. It will be monotonic, no changes in the tone while speaking. Hypophonic, the same, the noise, the soft, breathy speech. There can be dysarthria and tip of the tongue phenomena. They know everything but cannot speak. The tip of the tongue phenomena is also been explained under the speech abnormality of the Parkinson's. Now coming into the postural deformities. Postural deformities, the patient presents with the axial rigidity, the spinal rigidity, because the spine becomes stiff and stooped posture, that is bending little forward in all the patients. So there can be anterocolis. So the head will be drooped forward. Then the scoliosis with a stooped posture, you can see in the picture. So scoliosis, that is a lateral bending of the spine, that is called as camptocornea. You can see in the photo. Then the Pisa syndrome, the drooped head and striatal hand and striatal foot. See, striatal hand, there is the contraction of the metacarpophalangeal joints, the flexion of the metacarpophalangeal joints and distal interphalangeal joints with the extension of the proximal interphalangeal joint, that is called as striatal hand and even the striatal foot. See, all these deformities always occurs due to the Snayugata Vata. Says, Bahya Abhyantarayamam Kallim Kubjattamevacha Ayama, Antarayama, Bahirayama, Tanurvata. They are all the spasm or flexion of the contraction of the flexor and extensor muscles causing the deformities. So Snayugate anile, Ekanga, Sarvanga Roga. So all these deformities are the Snayugate. That is why I told the Kampa, Stamba, the deformities, all these presentation, the positive features are because of the involvement of the snayu in the pathology of the Parkinson disease. So now coming into the autonomic dysfunction. So patient may present with autonomic dysfunctions, like you have the sympathetic and parasympathetic autonomous. So sympathetic with the craniosacral, the nerves. So there can be orthostatic hypotension when the patient gets up from a sitting posture or sleeping posture. Suddenly the patient's BP falls, resulting in some instability, that is orthostatic hypotension. Sweating dysfunction, sphincter dysfunction, resulting in the abnormalities of the bladder evacuation, and erectile dysfunction. See, this sphincter and erectile dysfunction also explains the involvement of the apana vata in the diseases of Parkinson disease. So when kapha causes avarana to the functioning of the apana vata, there occurs these abnormalities. So now coming into the cognitive impairment or the dementia. So patient will present with slow progressive decline in the mental functions, in which the memory, thinking, judgment, and ability to learn will be lost gradually. There is loss of memory and inability to focus on any of the particular thing. So this condition, nidra bhango matikshina, that is the judgment, thinking, memory, etc., all these higher mental functions, so all these will get reduced. So this involves this because of the even involvement of the prana and udana variety of the function, because kantaroda manobramshaha. So manobramsha is also produced due to the udana and prana. Then neurobehavioral abnormalities. The patient may end up with depression in the 5th and 6th stage of the Parkinson's disease. Patient may end up with depression, anxiety, apathy, the hallucination, that is the perception of the things which are not there. Say for example, auditory hallucination, hearing something which is, that noise is not there in the surrounding, like visualizing something which is not seen at all. So hallucination, or may end up with OCD, checking and washing, like the obsessive compulsive diseases or impulsive behavior with a psychomotor retardation will be seen. So all these are functions of the prana. So prana, vata, buddhi, hridayendriya, chitta, drik, all these functions. So even prana, udana, samana, vyana, apana, all vatas function will be hampered by the avarana, by the kapha. So sensory abnormality, specifically the olfactory function, this has been considered to be the 1st and 2nd stage lakshana only. So there will be anosmia, indriya functions, then sleep disturbances. So nidra bhanga, matikshina, kampavatas, nidra bhanga, alpanidrata, maybe involvement of the vata and pitta. So insomnia can be of 2 types. One is primary and secondary. Inability to fall asleep is primary, whereas inability to stay asleep, that is the secondary one. So transient loss less than 1 week, short term 1 to 3 weeks, and chronic like more than 3 weeks. The patient, if doesn't sleep, you call it as insomnia. So totally there will be an emotional burden. It becomes hard to live because of the frustration, because the patient has to rely on the caregivers. So there will be psychomotor retardation with social isolation, and there will be oft-time unpredictable exacerbation. So patient will be normal and suddenly all the clinical features will exacerbate. What do you call oft-time unpredictable exacerbation of the clinical features? So these are the regarding the clinical features, the clinical presentation of the patient with Parkinson disease. Now it is an investigation. By looking into the clinical features only, it is absolute clinical diagnosis. But to rule out some of the other condition, one can go for the MRI scan or DAT scan. It is an imaging test that measures dopamine function in the brain. Then the transcranial Doppler ultrasound. So that can also be done, a non-invasive procedure to see the vascular abnormality causing the Parkinson disease or any other illness. So genetic testing and dopaminergic response test. So dopaminergic drugs will be given to the patient to see the exacerbation of the clinical features to confirm the diagnosis of Parkinson's disease in any other patient. So this is for the research purpose. One who wants to work on the Parkinson's disease can have rating scales and diagnostic criteria like UK Parkinson's Disease Society Brain Bank, National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke. The diagnostic criteria have been established for the Parkinson's disease, and a rating scale for checking the therapeutic benefit of the therapy or the medicines used in the Parkinson's disease, like Hon and Yar scale. The unified Parkinson's disease rating scale can be utilized. See, now I have already told, like 85% will be suffering from the Parkinson's disease. Another 10 to 15% they suffer from Parkinson-like disease. They are not actually Parkinson's disease. Why? Because to call it as Parkinson's disease, they should respond to the levodopa, the dopaminergic drugs. So they should respond to the levodopa. So if they doesn't respond to that and still present with clinical feature of Parkinson, then it fall under atypical Parkinson's disease or Parkinson plus syndrome, also called as Parkinsonism. So here there is no much tremor, very mild tremor, or there is no tremor at all, absence of resting tremor and presence of mild Parkinson feature. All these presentation fall under this Parkinsonism. So the Acharya says, Sthana Nama Anurupaischa Lingaihi Sheshan Vinirgishe Sheshan. The other disorders have to be understood by the Sthana and Nama, by the where exactly the lesion is and what type of lesion. So depending upon that, the clinical Lingaihi Sheshan Vinirgishe, the clinical features will develop in the particular patient. So absence of the resting tremor, the presence of mild Parkinson feature, so makes this disorder to fall under the category of Parkinsonism. So patient will present with early gait difficulty and postural instability. So postural instability and gait difficulty are the late features of Parkinson's disease, whereas in Parkinsonism, they are the early features. The dementia and hallucination, dysautonomia, ataxia with the involvement of cerebellar. So all these, and there is no and poor response to the levodopa. So this signifies that this patient is not suffering from Parkinson's disease. He falls under a category of Parkinsonism. So this is one more disorder which has to be differentiated, is an essential tremor. So having no other clinical features of Parkinson's disease, only tremor, a positive family history with a symmetrical postural kinetic tremor will be present, and no stiffness, no bradykinesia, nothing. So it can be an essential tremor. So these all fall under Parkinsonism. The one is progressive supranuclear palsy. No tremor, but other features of Parkinsonism are present. Patient presents with unsteady gait and early falling, and neck posture will be in extension. So patient extends, always keeps the head extended because there will be difficulty in looking down. That is explained as trouble seeing food on plate. And if you check for the T2 wide images, there will be Mickey Mouse sign or hummingbird sign can be seen as I have shown in the picture. So Mickey Mouse sign or the hummingbird sign can be seen. Another disorder to be differentiated is a multi-system atrophy, where autonomic dysfunction, cerebellar dysfunction, pyramidal dysfunctions are also associated. All the systems get atrophied in old-aged patients. So patient with pyramidal dysfunction present with Babinski sign positive, cerebellar dysfunction presents with ataxia-like features, and autonomic features like bladder disturbance, etc. So patient will be rapidly progressing to a wheelchair bound. So if you see for the T2 wide images, there will be hot cross bun sign. You can see in the first two images, hot cross bun sign. This is also a variety of Parkinsonism. Now, cortico-basal ganglionic degeneration. Basal ganglia is involved along with cortical degeneration. So, cortico-basal ganglionic degeneration. As I have shown, there is awkwardness of one hand, the awkward positioning of one hand, or you call Apollo's sign as if the patient is clapping, or you call it as a alien hand. There can be dystonic features or myoclonus, sudden jerks, and apraxia, inability to do the skilled movements, hypophonia, reduced voice with a dysarthria, difficulty in speaking. So it indicates the cortico-basal ganglionic degeneration, and if you the T1 weighted axial section images will present with pancake appearance. That is cortico-basal ganglionic degeneration. So next is one more variety of Parkinsonism known as dementia with Lewy body disease. Dementia with Lewy bodies. Also known as Parkinson disease with dementia. And also known as Alzheimer's disease with Parkinsonism. So what is the difference? A patient with Parkinson disease, to develop dementia, he needs years together. Some 10 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years. After suffering from so long years, patient end up with dementia and Parkinson disease. But so within 12 months of starting, if the patient develops dementia along with Parkinsonism, then it is called as dementia with Lewy body disease. So within 12 months of developing the clinical features of Parkinsonism and dementia together, you call it as dementia with Lewy body disease or Alzheimer's with Parkinsonism. There is one more variety of Parkinsonism known as vascular Parkinsonism, as I have already told, Margavarana. So if there is a multiple infarction or the lacunae infarcts in the brains multiple, so patient may present with the vascular Parkinsonism known as atherosclerotic Parkinsonism, also known as lower half Parkinsonism. The upper half of the body is not involved, only lower half is involved with the shuffling and freezing magnetic gait. So if the patient never gets up to walk 1 or 2 steps, it is a whole, the foot is freezed to the ground, never wants to walk. So great difficulty walking, and there is a tendency to fall. If a patient even falls, if a walks, there is a tendency to fall. So what is known as the lower half Parkinsonism. So these are the some of the Parkinsonism: vascular Parkinsonism, Lewy body disease, cortico-basal ganglionic degeneration, multiple system atrophy, then progressive supranuclear palsy. These are all the 5 very important diseases need to be differentiated from Parkinson disease, and all they fall under Parkinsonism. So if you move on to the Sadhya Sadhyata, says Ete Sthanasya Gambirya Siddhyanti Vanama. Sthanasya Gambirya. So this disease, Vata Vyadhi, is a Mahagada. Mahagada, Vata Vyadhi, Ashmari, Kushta, Mehodara, Bagand. See, it is a Mahagada, wherein Sthanasya Gambirya, the Majja Dhatu, the nervous system gets involved. Astavirina Kritakaro, Mastaka Majja. The Majja is involved. So, it is Siddhyanti Vanama. Navan Balavastvetan Sadayet Nirupadravan. So, if it is Nama, early stages, so can be controlled, and if it is a chronic one, becomes Siddhyanti Vanama, may not, maybe Kashta Sadhya, or it becomes Asadhya. Avrita Vayavo Ajnata Jnata Va Vatsaram Stitaha Samvatsara 1 year Prayatnenapi Dussadhya Bhaveyuhuva Anupakramaha. So these disorders, Vata Vyadhis, Prayatnenapi Dussadhya, may be difficult for the treatment, and so far as the Avarana is considered, Jeevitam Pranam Udhano Balamuchyate Chattayoha Pidanat Ayushascha Balasyacha. In any Avrta Vata condition, if Udana and Prana gets involved in the Avarana Vata, then that is considered to be highly dangerous. So it can lead to the Ayusha and Balahani in a particular patient. So this can be a Kashta Sadhya, or sometimes very, very chronic means it becomes Asadhya for the treatment. So to conclude, the Parkinson disease is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder and it has to be differentiated from the Parkinsonism. But in our perspective, whether it is Parkinson disease or Parkinsonism, it doesn't matter much for the treatment. So we consider the Kaphavrita Vata, then Snayu Prapta Vata, and involved Mastaka Majja. So these are all the three major aspects to be taken for the treatment. So every understanding is necessary just to plan the treatment and to give an absolute result to the patient. So Vata, here the future research may be necessary in disease-specific biomarkers for the diagnosis, differential diagnosis, and even for the assessment of treatment. See, we have so many modalities of treatment, so many modalities to see to what extent our treatment has improved the patient apart from the clinical features, apart from the subjective features, that we need some objective criteria to assess the treatment. It says Vyatyasat Prayoga, Shita Ushna Snigdha Ruksha. Why? Because Kapha needs the Ruksha and Ushna line of treatment, whereas Vata needs Snigdha Ushna line of treatment. So Vyatyasa Prayoga is essential. To see the benefits in every aspect, we need some assessment objective criteria to analyze the effect of the treatment. So far as our system is concerned, it is a Vata, Kaphakara, Ahara, Vihara, Abhigata, Vishas may cause the Kampavata. It is absolutely a Tridoshaja Vyadhi with Kapha Vata dominance. Rajas and Tamas are also involved depending upon the presentation of the patient. The Mastishka Majja, it is a Sthana Samshaya in the Mastishka Majja. It is Snayu Prapta Vata, aggravated Vata, either directly or by Avarana, takes Ashraya in the Snayu to produce Stambha and Kampa. And all the Kaphavrita 5 varieties of Vata are involved in the Parkinsonism depending upon the stages of the presentation of the patient. And here Dhatukshaya also occurs from the Avarana. It is a Madhyama Roga Marga disorder. Shiro Hridaya Bastyadi Marmanyasnyam Sandeya. It is a Madhyama Roga Marga disorders, Mahagada, and it is considered to be Kashtasadhya. Thank you. So if you have any questions, you
Thank
can
you,
ask.
Actually, beautifully you have combined Ayurvedic concept with modern man, especially Avarna concept. It is very helpful to students and also to improve our knowledge also, ma'am, faculty too. You have given a crystal clear understanding of Kampavata too, and the clinical diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. Some of the pics we have added and the videos very useful to students, ma'am. Actually, some of the students have not seen the disease patient. For those, it is very, very informative session, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. There are some questions in the chat box. I will ask one by one. First question, ma'am. What is drug-induced Parkinsonism?
See, some of the drugs, they may directly go for the dopaminergic degeneration. One established drug is the Sarpagandha. If only the Reserpine, the concentrated form, if it is used rather than a crude drug, so that have been established that it can cause the Parkinson disease. So I had one patient, he told he has developed Parkinsonism just because he himself is claiming that he used to heat all his food in the microwave oven for 3 years continuously when he was in work for outside. Then he told, with that only I developed. See, all toxins, the dushi vishas, whatever you continuous exposure to the pesticides and all those things directly can cause damage to the dopamine neurons in the substantia nigra to cause the Parkinsonism.
Thank you, ma'am. Next question is to Shalini, ma'am. What happens with Astiruddhi, or what does it mean by Astiruddhi, Prakrita in context of Vata Ashray relation?
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, the dhatu vriddhi which is occurring, when we see the Asti Vriddhi Lakshan, it is Adhyasti, Adidant, the Lakshan is like that. So we can very well appreciate that the Asti Vriddhi Lakshan which are given in a classical text are not of healthy Asti Dhatu Vriddhi. They all relate to the Vriddhi of Asti Dhatu, but that which is not healthy, which is not Prakrit, but which is Prakrit. So Asti Dhatu Vriddhi, then we will have to refer to a concept of Ashtang, which says that the Dhatwagni Mandya leads to the Vriddhi of that particular Dhatu. So that concept may be applied that the Dhatwagni Mandya of Asti Dhatu, Asti Dhatwagni Mandya may result to the Asti Dhatu Vriddhi, which is occurring in form of Adhyasti, Adidhant, etc. presentations. So it could relate to that only. And as far as it is concerned, the bones may turn brittle if more or excess deposition occurs of the minerals or and the Asti Dhatu which is growing, that will further give rise to pressure changes. So we can appreciate that the growth which is occurring in terms of Asti Dhatu Vriddhi is not Prakrit but is a vitiated one, maybe due to Asti Dhatwagni Mandya.
Thank you, ma'am. Next question. Anutva is said for both Vayu and Manas. Whether both are same or what?
Ma'am, Adutva is the property of Vayu also and Man also. So both of these substances, Adutva means the same, that they are able to go and connect to the subtlest channels, or what is the most minute component, these two, Vayu and Man can go. But there is a difference. Man is Ek, one only, and Vayu is Vibhu or Vyapak. So at the same time, it can pervade the whole body. It's not that it will be present at a particular place at a particular time, which is the condition with Man. Man is able to join to a particular organ at a particular time, means it is only one. So there is a difference also. Adutva is the same for both Vayu and Man, but while Man is Ek, this path is Vibhu or Vyapak. So there is a difference, and well, one similarity is both of them are Anu.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next question. To Veena, ma'am. Whether constipatory bowel habit may cause Parkinson disease? If so, what will be the sum property?
The constipation as such, there is no direct reference. Any Vegavarodha, the Mala, Mutra, Purisha, see, all the Vegavarodha, the ultimate is the aggravation of the Vata in all varieties of the Vegavarodhas. So when Vata aggravates, depending upon the Kavaigunyata, where exactly Kavaigunyata is present in the body, there it goes and takes ashraya to produce diseases. So what is established fact is that the leaky gut, like the IBD, presenting with ulcerative Crohn's, etc. So wherever, if such is the case, even it is seen in the appendicitis, the removed appendicitis condition. So if appendix is removed, in such patients also they have done the survey and has established. So there is a relation between the gut and the brain. It doesn't say that constipation directly causes. So habitual constipation for months together, years together can cause aggravation of the Vata, and it can cause Dhatukshaya to result in the Parkinson disease. The first line of treatment is for every Vata Vyadhi, irrespective. So the disease, whether it is Prana, Udana, Samana, the first controller of the Vata is in the Pakvashaya. So the Mrudu Virechana is a first line of treatment for the Vata Vyadhi.
Thank you, ma'am. Next question is to Shalini, ma'am. What is the relation between Vishamagni and Vata Prakriti person? Why they have weak memory?
Ma'am, this Vishamagni and Vat Prakriti. Now,
Vishamagni and Vata Prakriti person.
Vat Prakriti persons have a natural predominance of Vat dosh, which is present since their conception and is a natural state for them, though it is Vaikarik also, as they are described as Sadatura. So then this Vat, since it is Chal and Anavasthit, it will keep on fluctuating. And the Vat Prakriti persons also, they have a nature that they are not able to keep themselves so determined and stick to a particular routine also. So it's not that they will definitely have Vishamagni. It's a predisposition to develop Vishamagni in Vat Prakriti persons. But the importance of Prakriti, as we study now, that the importance of determining a Prakriti is that a person can know that to what diseases he or she is prone. So what kind of diet and behavior he should or she should indulge in, so that he or she can maintain a healthy state. So this is the basis of understanding of Prakriti and Agni, etc., which we do for Swasth Pariksha. So in Swasth Pariksha, we are determining these things. So Vayu being Anavasthit and Chal will lead to Vishamagni. But it's not that always a Vat Prakriti person will suffer from Vishamagni. If that person is indulging in healthy diet and behavior and is keeping a close watch on whatever he is eating, whatever he is indulging in, so then that person can also have can also maintain a Samagni status. And regarding weak memory, because Prabha Prasado Medha cha Pitta Karma Vikarjam and Vayu is Raj Bahul. So the Medha is a Vayu has been described as Raj Bahul and Pitta is Sattva Bahul. That has been described in a classical text. So and Kaf is Do Tam Bahul, but in context of memory, the Kaf people, Prakriti people, though they grasp late, but they have a very good retention period of memory. And so this is a natural predisposition which has been described in our classics, ma'am. So that is what I will say. And because of Raj, things are grasped quickly, but then they are, I think they are let off also quickly because the retention time is less.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Before ending the session, we want to hear a few words from your side. Dr. Shalini, ma'am.
Ma'am, I would like to thank all the organizers for making me a part of such a wonderful lecture series which is going on, and it was a pleasure for me to also hear to Madam Veena Ji Rao, ma'am. Her lecture was also very informative, and I also immensely benefited from listening to her. So I would like to thank the organizers for two things. First, for making me a part of sharing my views, and also for letting me to share the views of Dr. Veena Ji Rao, ma'am. And it was a wonderful experience, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would like to thank each and everyone. And the participants were also very, interactive. So that is also very good thing, ma'am, which I want to appreciate and thank. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Veena, ma'am.
Yes, I too thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share the views on understanding of the Parkinson disease. I am more oriented towards the treatment. Still, it is, I feel I enjoy, because I used to teach Roga Nidana for years together to start with, and later I have come to the Panchakarma department. Still, I thank the organizers, the HOD of Vikrita Vignana and Roga Nidana department, and even the principal of the Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College for giving me this opportunity, and even to listen to Dr. Shalini for her understanding regarding the functioning of the Vata. Thank you for giving me this opportunity in the Ayurvata Chintana, a very nicely chosen the title. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank both the speakers. Now I like to call Dr. Anand sir for vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Dr. Anand Kunkali, Assistant Professor, Department of Panchakarma. First of all, I would like to thank our Chief Patrons of the seminar, Sri D.C. Patil sir, Chairman, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Thank you, sir. Next, Dr. J.B. Algu sir, Secretary, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Thank you, sir. Next, Sri Nilesh J. Desai, sir, Treasurer, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank our beloved principal, sir, and president of this webinar, Dr. L.M. Biradar, sir, for his presence. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank organizing secretary, Dr. Chetna ma'am, associate professor, HOD, and Department of the Roga Nidan, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College. Tirda, thank you, ma'am. On the behalf of entire institute, I would like to thank today's guest speakers, Dr. Shalini Rai Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Roga Nidan, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. Next, Dr. Veena G. Rao Madam, Department of PG Studies in Panchakarma, JSS Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru. Next, I would like to extend my thanks to our teaching, non-teaching, hospital staff and students of Grameen Ayurveda Medical College, Devda. Last but not least, I would like to thank all media persons, faculty members, practitioners, PG students, PG scholars of different colleges, and audience from different part of the country for the showing their interest in this webinar and making it successful. And lastly, I would like to thank our management and principal, sir, for giving me this opportunity to express my gratitude on this day. Thank you one and all.
Thank you.
Tanvantaraya Namaha. Good afternoon all. Myself, Dr. Chaya Hulle, Assistant Professor, Department of Roga Nidana, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. I welcome you all on behalf of Sri Bahubali Vidyapeethas, JV Mandala, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda, District Bagalkot, Karnataka, who has clubbed all of us for the second day of 6th National Webinar on Ayurvata Chintana 2020 from the Department Roga Nidana Evam, Vignana. Prayer is the most powerful tool mankind has to reach the God. It gives us strength and confidence. So now I call upon our students for invocation. Thank you for prayer song. Now I request Dr. K.V. Kulur ma'am for welcome speech.
Hello, good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. K.V. Kulur, Assistant Professor, Department of Dravaguna, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Sri Bahubali Vidyapeethas, JV Mandala's Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital welcomes you all for second day of 6th National Webinar on Ayurvata Chintana 2020 from Department of Roga Nidana and Vignana, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. It gives me great pleasure to give a warm welcome to our chief patrons of this webinar, Sri D.C. Patil sir, Chairman, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Welcome you, sir. Dr. J.B. Algur sir, Secretary, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Welcome you, sir. Sri Nilesh J. sir, Treasurer, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Welcome you, sir. P.N. Desai sir, Member, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Welcome you, sir. I cordially welcome our beloved Principal, Professor and HOD, Department of Panchakarma and President of this webinar, Sri Dr. L.M. Biradar sir, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Welcome you, sir. And also heartily welcome to our Organizing Secretary, Dr. Chetna ma'am, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Roga Nidana, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Welcome you, ma'am. On behalf of entire institute, I would like to welcome our eminent guest speaker, Dr. Madhav Diggavi sir, Professor and HOD, Department of PG Studies in Kaya Chikitsa, Taranath Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari. Welcome you, sir. A genial welcome to our teaching, non-teaching, hospital staff and students of Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terda. Welcome you all. I extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all the faculty members, practitioners, UG students, PG scholars of different colleges, and audience from different parts of the country. Welcome, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for a welcome speech. Greenery gives pleasure to eyes. Now I request Dr. J.B. Albur sir, Secretary, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terda, Dr. P.N. Desai sir, Member, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terda, and President of this webinar, Dr. L.M. Biradar sir, Principal, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, for watering plants. Thank you, sir. Let us start third session. Now I request Dr. K.V. Kulur ma'am to introduce our today's guest speaker, Dr. Madhav Digavi sir.
I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Madhav Digavi sir. Dr. Madhav Digavi sir is an eminent personality in the field of Ayurveda. Sir has completed BMS degree from Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya Hubli and MD from Institute for Postgraduate Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar in 1998. Sir is currently working as professor and HOD Department of PG Studies in Kaya Chikitsa, Taranath Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari, and has 22 years of teaching experience, and sir has published 3 national and 10 international journals and has been invited as a resource person to various CMS and seminars. Sir has also done research on Vajikarna in Uttara Basti and has successfully treated 90,000 patients with Ayurveda only. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Madhav Digavi sir to start with the session. Over to you, sir.
Respected Principal of Terda Ayurveda College, Dr. Savita, and all the delegates. Sorry for the delay in logging in. Roga di Rogan Satatan Shaktan, Aseshakaya Prasatan Seshan, Outsukya Moha Ratidan Svagana, Yopurva Vaidyaya Namostu Tasmi. With great salutes to all Acharyas of Ayurveda and my dear postgraduates, delegates and friends. Today let us talk few concepts on spinal disorders in Ayurveda. We know that there are a lot of issues to discuss in spinal disorders, but I will make a few explanations which are for thinking purpose of our postgraduates. Practically speaking, Avabhavuka and Vridrasi, Katigraha make us to think about spinal disorders in Ayurveda. Kati Prushta Shirograha is one of the best way of understanding spinal disorders in Ayurveda. But leaving a direct explanation of Griva Graha, Griva Hundanam, cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, we will think about some vertebral column understanding basically in a neurological perspective, and later on I want to have some discussions on away from regular track so that the new era in thinking spinal disorders can be tried. Central nervous system is made up of brain and spinal cord. Brain and spinal cord together are called central nervous system. Whereas in spinal cord, cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral and coccygeal segments are there. So in 33 vertebrates, 31 pair of nerve roots coming out. There are 23 main discs which are affected, contained in epidural space, that is network of sensory and motor nerves. A firm cord-like structure is spinal cord. Conus medullaris, phylum terminale, cauda equina. At cauda equina, it will be just like horse tail. From there, nerve fibers enter to the lower limbs. The sagittal plane curvatures of spinal cords are like this. Cervical lordosis should be at 20 to 40 degree, whereas thoracic kyphosis should be 20 to 40 degree. Lumbar lordosis should be 30 degree to 50 degree, and sacral kyphosis continues thereon. The how spinal column looks like is in the sagittal lateral view it is like this. It is a just like a serpent it is looking like, whereas in the posterior view it is a direct straight column. The posterior aspect should be perfectly straight with no lateral curvatures, whereas sagittal view should show inward curvature, lordosis at cervical and lumbar levels, outward, that is kyphosis at thoracic level. The cervical spines consist of 7 vertebrae and 8 nerves, give 2 plexus. One is cervical plexus and another is brachial plexus. Cervical plexus compression causes avabahuka-like lakshanas. Brachial plexus compression also causes avabahuka-like lakshanas. Vishwachi and avabahuka-like lakshanas are presented whenever these plexus get disorder. Brachial neuropathy is a common presentation in market where automobile activities, manual muscular people who are working will get the issues. Functions of the spine in total are: one is maintaining the posture, spinal cord encasement, weight transmission from head to the trunk, posture management, vital organs, back support. See, vertebral column is one of the back support for all vital organs in the body, and muscles attachment takes place to the spine. So if you understand some of the nerve cells connected to central nervous system and spinal cord, or the neurons are basic cells of nervous system. They connect with one another to send and receive messages in brain and spinal cord. So many neurons working together are responsible for every decision made, every emotion or sensation felt, and even every action taken. So whenever there is a problem in 100 billion neurons in the brain and spinal cord, or 10,000 different subtypes of neurons specialized to send, receive, attain types of information. So information changes are due to these 10,000 different subtypes of neurons. Neuron is made up of a cell body with houses and nucleus. Axon and dendrites form extensions from the cell body. If there is a nucleus disorder or axon and dendrite disorder, then the disease starts. Primary support of cells of brain and spinal cord make the secrete proteins called neurotropic factors. So whenever in spinal cord diseases we are working, these are the kaphajanya lakshanas. Neutrophic factors are secreted proteins, and these protein disorders will cause the spinal cord degenerative disease or avaranajana vikaras. Breakdown and remove proteins are chemicals that might harmful to the neurons. For example, glutamate, a neurotransmitter that in excess causes cells to become overexcited and die by a process called a excitotoxicity. So this is a dhatu gata vikara, where one of the avarana or sangha by glutamate, a neurotransmitter, can cause spinal cord disorders. After injury, divide and make new cells that surround in the side, forming a glial scar. This glial scar is a barrier to regeneration of axon. So this is once again dhatukshayajanya, anulomana dhatukshayajanya vikara in spinal cord. If you want to clear the degenerative disease in spinal cord, I want to put stress on glial scars. If you are able to remove glial scar by either Shodhana, Shamana, Rasayana or Bahiparimarjana Chikitsas, then spinal cord diseases can be treated. Microglia are immune cells of the brain and spinal cord. After injury, these migrate to the site of the injury to help clear away dead and dying cells. They can also produce small molecules called cytokines that trigger cells of the immune system to respond to the injury site. Whenever there is a spinal cord injuries, cytokine storming takes place just like that of cytokine storm in the coronavirus. This cleanup process is likely to play an important role in recovery of function of following spinal injury. So commonly after an accident abhigata, there is spinal cord injury. In that cytokine storm is there. Due to the pro-inflammatory cytokines, there is inflammation in the spinal cord, and that inflammation will cause again dhatukshaya or margavarana janya vata vyadhis due to the microglia. Oligodendrocytes are glial cells that produce fatty substances called myelin, which wraps around the axons in the layers. Axon fibers insulated by myelin can carry electrical messages, also called action potentials, at a speed of 100 meters per second, while fibers without myelin can only carry messages at a speed of 1 meter per second. So this is gati of vata dosha. If vata gati is to be proper, then oligodendrocyte should give proper myelin wrapping. If myelin wrapping is damaged, then we get degenerative disease of myelin sheath. Then we have to treat oligodendrocytes stabilizing activity by Dhatu Purana, Brahmana, Balya and Rasayana and Medha Rasayana drugs like Shilajatu Rasayana, which will take care of these oligodendrocyte induced myelin sheath damages. So demyelination disorders are big group of disorders in spinal column. They can be treated by Prushta Basti, Kati Basti, Griva Basti, or even Kati and Prushta Pichu, followed by Navananasya, Shiro Basti, followed by Major Basti. Sthiradi Basti or Mustadi Raja Apana Basti will be helpful in making these diseases corrected. Gamma aminobutyric acid, the most abundant inhibitory neurotransmitter in the spinal cord. Due to the defect in gamma, many of the spinal cord diseases are noticed. Glia are also called neuroglia, nerve helper cells. These provide structural support, nourishment, and protection for neurons. If anything happens to these glial cells, there will be glial cell tumors, or there is a neuroglial cell tumors. The spinal cord tumor starts. Members of the glia family are oligodendrocytes, or astroglia, astrocytes, ependymal cells, or microglia cells. These cells will cause neurological tumors. Glia from scar tissue at the site of spinal cord injury poses both a physical and because produce severe type of growth inhibiting molecules, a chemical barrier for regenerating axons. So the chemical barrier for regenerating axons should be targeted. This is one of the Visha Lakshana. For that, we have to do Shodhana followed by Rasayana Chikitsa. And in Rasayana, mainly Bala Guduchadi or Bala Rasayana, Ashwagandhadi Rasayanas, they will be helpful. Whereas in Rajata Bhasma is one of the potent nanoparticle or nanotechnological drug in Ayurveda, which will develop these nerve helper cells of neuroglia. Gliosis is process of scar formation after spinal cord injury. Gliosis clears dead tissues and walls of the damaged region to prevent aberrant nerve cell activity, but it also inhibits the survival of neighboring cells. So, this is one of the avaranajanya vatavyadhi lakshana due to the gliosis. The resultant scar poses both physical and chemical barrier to nerve cell regeneration. Then we have to clear these scar cells nearing the affected spinal cord injury. Then we are able to give glial cell rejuvenation effect. Non-viable nerve tissue composed of glial cells that form a barrier to nerve regrowth after spinal cord trauma has occurred. So in the glial scar, what we should do is Shodhana followed by Rasayana Chikitsa, like either Rajata Bhasma Rasayana, or we can also think about Abraka, Sahasraputi Abraka Bhasma Rasayanas will be helpful in regenerating these glial scars. Glutamate is a neurotransmitter in the brain and spinal cord that excites neurons. It is an amino acid also called glutamic acid. If this metabolism is hampered, then Majja Dhatvagni Vardhana Chikitsa should be given. The best drugs are like Mahasneham. Whenever there is a amino acid, glutamic acid damage, then we should give Mahasneham. In Kevalam Nirupastambam Adosnehi Rupachare, This line of treatment should be used to treat these glutamate disorders of metabolism. Then we are able to regenerate the spinal cord neurons so that spinal cord injury or degenerative diseases will be treated. Part of the spinal cord and brain consisting of mainly cells and bodies of dendrites and few myelinated axons. This is called gray matter. The brain is the center of our thoughts, the interpreter of our external environment, and the origin of control over our body movement. Like a central computer, it interprets information from our eyes, ear, nose, taste, skin, as well as from the integral organs such as internal organs such as stomach. So whenever brain and spinal cord are unable to process these network activities, then once again spinal cord disorder starts. CPG is central pattern generator, the network of spinal neurons that when stimulated by neurotransmitters cause muscles of the legs to move in rhythmic stepping movements. In this case, this is Gati Vruddhijanya Vatavyadi due to the spinal cord highway damage, that is communication between body and the brain is damaged by spinal cord diseases. When the spinal cord is injured, the exchange of information between spine and other parts of the body is disrupted. So the central nervous system does many jobs at the same time. It controls all voluntary movements such as speech and walking, and involuntary movements such as blinking and breathing. It is also the core of thoughts, perception, and emotions. So whenever we diagnose central nervous system disorders related to these activities, then we should treat spinal column. Voluntary and involuntary movements, over 1 million of axons travel through the spinal cord, including longest axons in the central nervous system. Neurons in the motor construct and region of the brain that controls voluntary movement send their axons spinal cord. The spinal motor neurons protect our cord to correct muscles via the ventral root. These connections and control conscious movements such as writing and running are affected by spinal cord axon damages. Then information also flows in the opposite direction, resulting in involuntary movement. Sensory neurons provide feedback to the brain via dorsal root. Some of this sensory information is conveyed directly to the lower motor neurons before it reaches the brain, resulting in involuntary or reflex movement. The remaining sensory information travels back to the cortex. So these cortex and spinal cord movements are once again Vatasya, Gati Janya Vikaras, and Vagati Gandhanayoho Vataha. Many of the informations are not transported by spinal cord. So the information pathways like specialized neurons carry messages from skin, muscles, joints, and internal organs to the spinal cord about pain, temperature, touch, vibration, and proprioception. These messages are then relayed to the brain along one of the two pathways, that is spinothalamic tract or lemniscal pathway. In Pakshagata cases, we come across these issues. The spinal cord is unable to transmit the central nervous system's information to the musculoskeletal controlling pathways. Then we get these disorders, that is pathways are in different locations in spinal cord. So an injury might not affect them in the same way or in the same degree. So depending upon the degree of the damage or the affection of the damage, we have to think about spinal cord regeneration. Paralysis occurs when communication between brain and spinal cord fails. So what we should think is, Pakshagate Virechanam is there, that Virechanam should not be simply allocated to spinal cord blood vessels block or atherosclerosis of middle cerebral artery, anterior cerebral artery, or posterior cerebral artery, or internal carotid artery. We should also think about paralysis cases, hemiplegia are treated with Pakshagate Virechanam. Then there is a defect in communication between brain and spinal cord. So this can result from injury to neurons in the brain, that is a stroke, or in spinal cord. So we should find out whether brain is having a stroke or spinal cord is having a stroke. So new concept we are able to divide, that is brain stroke and spinal cord stroke. So when brain stroke is there, we should do CT imaging of the brain or MRI of the brain. When there is a spinal cord stroke, we should do MRI of the spinal cord. Trauma to the spinal cord affects only the areas below the level of injury. However, poliomyelitis, a viral infection, that is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis or ALS, can affect neurons in the entire spinal cord. So we see yearly 1 or 2 cases of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis in our hospital. So poliomyelitis is very common disorder of the spinal cord. Whenever you are getting poliomyelitis, think about lower motor neuron and poliomyelitis induced spinal cord degenerative changes. then we can set right the spinal cord massage or spinal cord Prushtabastis or even Mustadi Apanabastis or Baladi Stiradi Apanabastis will help in this regard. Spinal cord and muscles. This is a relation between Snayu and Mamsa. Spinal cord is divided into 5 sections, that is cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral and coccygeal regions. The level of injury determines the extent of paralysis and or loss of sensation. So, spinal cord and internal organs. In addition to the control of voluntary movement, the central nervous system contains sympathetic and parasympathetic pathways that control the fight and flight response to danger and regulation of bodily functions. These include hormone release, movement of food through the stomach and intestines, and the sensations from the muscular control to all internal organs. In some of the cases of spinal cord tumors, we are able to notice that prano anna praveshakrit, the anna pravesha karma is damaged in the esophagus due to the spinal cord tumors. So whenever there is the C5 level cord injury is there, the respiratory system will be failure. In such cases, rather than treating the respiratory rasayanas or rather than treating with the anna pravesha, esophageal gastrointestinal rasayanas, we should think about giving spinal cord rasayanas and spinal cord avarana rasayanas like Lashuna Gugulu, Lashuna Prayogam, Lashuna Navanita Prayogam, or Vacha Rasayana Prayogam, or Jyotishmati Rasayana Prayogam, or even Abraka Rasayana Prayogam. From Kotakal Ayurveda pharmacy, Abraka capsules are available. That is Abraka Rasayana Prayogam. These sort of rasayanas should be used, or even Tamra Rasayanas, Tamra Sinduram, Tamra Garbha Potali, or Tamra Basmam. Even I use in practice Arogavardhini Vati in spinal cord diseases to correct these spinal cord and internal organ damages or spinal cord and musculoskeletal coordination damages. Whenever there is spinal cord and muscle damage, Tamra Basma Kalpas like Arogyavardhini, Shilajitu Gugulu will help. And whenever spinal cord and internal organ rasayanas are having a problem, Lashuna Rasayanam or even Lashuna Barbaradi Kashayam, Maharasnadi Kashayam, Rasna Gugulu Kashayam, or Rasna Mahayogaraj Gugulu Kashayam, that yogas are helpful. Set of the biological events following spinal cord injuries are cells from immune system migrate to the injury site, causing additional damage to some neurons and death to the others that survived in the initial trauma. So in this case, Abhigata Janya Rana on the spinal cord is to be treated. For that, once again, Bahya Lepa Karmas followed by Raktamokshana in the in and around the site of the damage should be tried. That of oligodendrocytes causes axon to lose their myelination. Then this will be called demyelinating neurological disorders. Neurological disorders, Abraka Rasayana or Abragarbha Potali Rasayana, Swarna Basma Prayogas, or even Rajata Basma Prayogas are found effective. And syrinx is one of the common problem of the spinal cord. Within the several weeks of initial injury, the area of tissue damages has been cleared away by microglia and a fluid-filled cavity surrounded by a glial scar is left behind. Molecules that inhibit regrowth of severed axons are now expressed at this site. The cavitation is called syrinx, which acts as a barrier to the reconnection of the two sides of the damaged spinal cord. This is once again a cyst formation, and this is Margavarana Janya Vatavadi. Here, the Rukshana, Apatarpana, Basti should be tried, Gomutra Siddha Basti should be tried, or Tikshna Basti should be tried. Later on, Lepas from the external and internally, once again, Tamragarbha Potali and Abragarbha Potali like drugs are effective. Whenever we are getting diseases of spinal cord, amyotropic lateral sclerosis is one common disorder involving the loss of use of muscles. The Mamsa Shosha takes place, but it is not due to the primary Mamsa Dosha, it is due to the spinal cord damage. This is Snayu Gatavata leading to Mamsa Kshaya and Mamsa Shosha. This is Snayu Gatavata as well as Mamsa Vata Lakshanas. The nerves controlling these muscles are destroyed. Also known as low disease. In this ASIA score, measure of fusion after spinal cord injury is done. A means complete injury and E means complete recovery. Ataxia is one of the important aspects of incurable neurological diseases in modern medicine. Problem of muscle coordination due not to the weakness, rigidity, spasticity or sensory loss, but to uncoordinated movement. See, this uncoordinated movement is going to cause ataxia. Coordinated movement is normal vata karma. Uncoordinated movement is due to ataxia. So autonomic dysreflexia, potential fatal complication of spinal cord injuries that involves episodes of extreme hypertension and sometimes leads to intracranial hemorrhage or stroke. It occurs in 90% of the people with cervical or high thoracic cord injuries. So Brown-Sequard syndrome, incomplete spinal cord injury wherein half of the cord has been damaged. There is spastic paralysis on the same side as the lesion and the loss of sensation on the opposite side of the lesion. See, this is Ardhanarishwaravat Pakshagata, ipsilateral hemiplegia and contralateral sensory loss. This is Brown-Sequard syndrome. Very careful diagnosis is required. In this, once again, Dhatukshayajanya Vatavyadhi is there. In such cases, once again, Abragarbha Potali or Hemagarbha Potali or even Swarna Basma, Swarna Mahayogaraja Gugulu, such kalpas are found effective. Corticospinal tract, this is nerve circuit pathway that originates in the brain's cerebral cortex and extends to lower levels of the cord, where descending axons send electrical impulses to the spinal motor neurons that in turn control the muscles. In these corticospinal tract lesions, we have to think about a regulation of Vata dosha, where Vata Kshaya is there after the Avarana. We should understand when Avarana takes place, before the Avarana there is Vata Vriddhi, after the Avarana there is Vata Kshaya. This is Ekadeshe Vriddhi and Annadeshe Kshaya. In such cases, Margavarana drugs like Lashuna Kalpas, Shilajatu Kalpas, Jyotishmati Kalpas, and even Maharasnadi Kashaya with Yogaraja Gugulu, such Kalpas are effective. Interleukin 10 is a naturally occurring potent anti-inflammatory nerve cell protector. Intervention stages: when limiting initial degeneration, treating inflammation, stimulating axonal growth, protecting new growth through substrate or guidance molecules, blocking molecules that inhibit regeneration, supplying new cells to replace lost ones, building bridges to plan the lesion activity. These are all the interventions which are done in spinal cord injuries. Here, Shotaharam, Avaranagnam, Vatasya Chalaguna Vardakam, and there is Vatasya Vagati Gandanayo, Gati promoting Chikitsa are to be done. For all of them, Sukshma nanoparticles are to be tried, and Sukshma nanoparticles are from Bhasmas or Rasaushadis, where we can use even Hiraka Bhasma and Rasasindura combination is effective in making all these Shota Pradhana degenerative diseases in spinal cord. We have another condition contributed by me. It is called Merugata Vata. The entire spinal cord is damaged in many of the diseases, like in rheumatology, ankylosing spondylosis, wherein HLA-B27 is positive. I have a case of HLA-B27 positive symptomatically. He was treated 8 years before with Shodhana Bastis, Rukshana Bastis, and we are giving annually 2 Bastis. And from this, since 8 years, HLA-B27 is suppressed. The patient of Merugata Vata, complete ankylosing spondylitis, is under control and he is having asymptomatic stage now. Still, we are giving annually 2 courses of Basti. For him, what we decided is, this is Thamba Sankocha Shota Pradhana Vatavyadi. Meru is Vatasthana. Vatasthane Vatakshaya Lakshanas. So for that, we started giving Eranda Muladi Niruva Basti with Gomutra. And we were started giving Broth Saindavadi Taila Anuvasana Basti in one course, and Hingu Triguna Taila Basti, Anuvasana Basti in another course. So in 1 year, one course is given with Hingu Triguna Taila Anuvasana and Eranda Muladi Niruha. In another 6 months course, we have given Broth Saindavadi Taila Anuvasana Basti and Eranda Muladi Niruha Basti. In this way, Merugata Vata can be treated. All cervical, thoracic, and lumbar sacral vertebral bones are affected in rheumatological disease. And in this is Merugata Vata, where all spinal nerve roots of the all areas are covered. CSLS syndrome is contributed by me. It is one of the disease where you can see in the picture cervical spondylosis with lumbar spondylosis. In our OPD, we get a prominent number of patients suffering with cervical spondylosis with or without radiculopathy. Lumbar spondylosis with or without radiculopathy. Cervical spondylosis is Griva Graha, Griva Hundanam, Manyastambam. But with radiculopathy, it is a case of Avabahukam differential diagnosis or Vishwacha. Lumbar spondylosis is Katigraha, Trikagraha, Katiprushta Shirograha, or sometimes it is having another pathology called Rudrasi. I have seen some of the cases where Avabahuka and Rudrasi come together. or you can see Vishwasi and Vrudrasi come together. Once we treat Avabahukam, patient is improved and we discharge him out. After 6 months or 1 year or 2 years, patient comes with Vrudrasi. Sometimes we treat Vrudrasi cases and discharge. After 1 to 2 years, patient develops cervical spondylosis and come to us. So I have noticed a Padartha Vignana's concept. You can remember very well, Vyapti, where yatra yatra dhumaha tatra tatra vani. The same thing can be taken as one of the Vyapti Lakshana here. Yatra yatra cervical spondylosis and radiculopathy, tatra tatra lumbar spondylosis and radiculopathy. So this sort of Vyapti Lakshanas we can understand. The cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis come together in the same patient in some of the certain group of patients, where sometimes patients suffer with only cervical spondylosis, only lumbar spondylosis, sometimes combined cervical and lumbar spondylosis together. These cases are also to be taken as Trikagraham. Trika is cervical sandhi or Trika is lumbar joints. So both are Trika. Trikagrahi Sannipata Jwara and Amavata will have Trika Sandhi involvement. Even in breaking bone type of fever, where Dandaka Sannipata Jwara is there, in that case also cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis come together. In case of some of the diseases, patients suffering with chikungunya, post CG syndrome is one of my diagnoses. Post chikungunya syndrome, in that also patient come with cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis together. In all these cases, rheumatology is one of the scope of understanding the diseases of spinal cord and spine. In this, either spinal cord diseases are there or sometimes spinal column diseases are there. Spinal cord disease is nervous tissue disease. Spinal column disease is vertebral bone diseases. Facetal joints, intervertebral disc damages, and disc damage induced compression leading to the nerval root compression disorders. So these are all coming in Merugata Vata and CSLS syndrome. We should understand in vertebral column disorders, there are 2-3 important points to remember. One is disc prolapse, disc herniation, disc desiccation, and disc bulge. There are 4 sampraptis I diagnose in my patients. You should be also very well versed in MRI scan and CT scan patients will bring to you. So lumbar disc desiccation is there is a desiccated damage. The horizontal or vertical cuts are there in this. This is one of the kshata leading to the lumbar pain. Sometimes disc bulge is there. Disc bulge is disc vruddhi. Disc is fibrocartilaginous tissue where the disc is bulged out. This is one of the disease wherein the vruddhi is one of the lakshana. It is also due to vata prakopa. Disc desiccation is also due to vata prakopa. Disc bulge is also due to vata prakopa. Next case comes is disc herniation. Bulge is the first stage and herniation is second stage. See, just like Bradna and hernia, there is a disc is going to and then what we have to think is we have to understand the disc herniation where it is protrusion is more. Disc protrusion, disc bulge, disc herniation, and next step is disc is going to cause one of the important damage called disc degeneration disorders. Disc dehydration is another diagnosis. Disc dehydration is a presentation where we come across some of the patients who are suffering with disc dehydration. This is intervertebral disc apmahabhuta kshayajanya vikara. Actually, the discs are made up of vata kapha, prithvi mahabhuta and jala mahabhuta. If jala mahabhuta is degenerated, then disc dehydration takes place. Then the disc dehydration is treated with disc rehydration phenomena. Disc rehydration is done by basti chikitsa, kati basti, prushta basti or griva basti, lepas or tarpana chikitsas, brahmana chikitsas are to be done. In this way, we have to understand some of the vertebral column diseases are also going to cause nerve root compression. Nerve root compression due to facetal hypertrophy or facetal arthrosis or facetal arthritis followed by nerve root compression. Then we get Grudrasi and Vishwachi like diseases. I have seen many of the patients coming with Vishwachi and Grudrasi together. So as an Atayika Upakrama, I do Agnikarma followed by Snehana, Brahmana, Basti, Vatanulomana, or Lepa Chikitsa, Bahi Parimarjana Chikitsas, and later on Rasayana Chikitsas. Bala Rasayana is ultimate. Avartita Kshira Bala Taila 1 in Niramavastha, and Bala Rasnadi Kashayam, Bala Dashamuladi Kashayam, Rasna Shigru Punarnavadi Kashayam, Gugulu Tiktakam Kashayam, Prasaranyadi Kashayam, Rasna Erandadi Kashayam, Ashtavargam Kashayam. These are all to be given in Samavastha of these vertebral column diseases. I have seen in many of the cases when you give Kamaduga Rasa with Moti Yukt, you can find out a degenerative disease of spinal column will be dissolved. And spine regeneration takes place by Kamaduga Rasa with Moti Yukta and Swarna Brahadvata Chintamani. And also I have seen Abragarbha Potali followed with some of the kalpas like Swarna Maha Yogaraja Guggulu regenerates, the compression of the nerve cord is released, and even Ashtavarga Kashayam with Swarna Maha Yogaraja Guggulu, decompression takes place and nerve fiber starts regenerating. So you can see JK syndrome is one more syndrome contributed by me. What it is Janushula Katishula syndrome. This is one of the spinal cord related diseases. Anthropology says that at every 10 years, after 20 years of age, every human being starts getting vertebral column height declines. See, the vertebral column height normally declines by 0.1 millimeter in 10 years of time. So by the time of 40-50 years, patient starts getting spinal degenerative disease, in which we are able to see that the height between two vertebral column, two vertebral bodies is compressing. This is called the nerve degeneration disease due to the spinal muscles, spinal ligaments, and spinal facetal jointal degeneration disorder. So in that, what happens is the vertebral column height when declines in the lumbar spine, then there will be hip joint space declines. When hip joint space declines, then definitely there is cartilaginous space in the knee joint will be declining. So this is Akasha Mahabhuta Kshaya in the joint spaces. I diagnosed JK syndrome, which I have presented the paper, and also some of the seminars I have presented in Jignasa International Conference, where Professor Dr. Nambudiri sir was chairing the session. He convinced about this syndrome. When there is Katishula, definitely patient gets Janushula. It is not due to osteoarthritis. It is definitely Vatavyadi, but it is due to vertebral column height decline in the lumbar spine. Then the decline in the space in the lumbar spine is also going to cause decline in the space in the in the knee joint space. Then what we get is, you ask some of the patient who comes to your OPD, when they tell knee joint pain is there, you ask, do you have Katishula? Patient says yes. When patient says he is having Katishula and comes to OPD, you ask the question, do you have knee joint pain? Definitely some category of people say yes. I have seen some of the people come with only Katishula, some of the people only come with Janushula, and some of the cases come with Janushula, Katishula together. So this is a syndrome contributed by me. More than 2000 cases documentation is there, where X-ray of the lumbar spine shows that there is a space decline in the lumbar spine. At the same time, there is a decline in the space in the knee joint. Then what we see is, when space is declined in the lumbar space and as well as knee joint space, this disease is called Janushula Katishula syndrome. Yatra yatra Janushulaha tatra tutra Katishulaha. It is Sahajaryo Niyamaha Vyapti. Actually, I see that the Padartha Vignana is not non-clinical now. If you are able to give this example to the students of first year BMS, they will definitely respect Ayurvedic system, where we can see that spinal cord disease is going to cause the knee joint disease. This is anthropologically connected the disease of spinal cord and the musculoskeletal joint system like knee joint diseases. I have also seen the cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis with knee joint pain. This is CSLS-JK syndrome. When I do this diagnosis, if a patient comes with knee joint disease, give Janubasti. If patient is improved, it is well and good. Otherwise, take a knee joint X-ray. If knee joint space is reduced, take lumbar spine X-ray. Lumbar spine joint space is also decreased. Then take cervical spine X-ray. Then cervical spine space is also decreased. Then what is treatment required is, you should increase the 0.1 millimeter decrease in the height of the spinal column should be increased. This is a mechanical increasing of the space between the two vertebral bodies. And for this, there is no science in modern medical system. They will do MRI spine, and they tell that there is a spinal column space is decreased, what surgery they will do? Herniation is there means they do partial hemilaminectomy or some of the herniorectomy, whereas they cannot increase the vertebral column height. Whereas Ayurvedic treatment like Shodhana, Urdhvada Shodhana if required, or Virechanam, followed by Basti, Rasayana Basti. Firstly, Erandamuladi Kshara Basti I give, then I give Kshira Basti. See, Kshara Basti, Kshira Basti, when we give alternatively, Sama and Nirama doshas are well treated. So I give Manjishtadi Kshara Basti once, and in another Niruva Basti will be Kshira Basti. Sagruta Kshira Basti, that is Sagruta Tikta Kshira Basti, that is Estimadu Kshira Sadhita Basti with Estimadu Grita. So we give in our Niruva Basti, one Anuvasana is given, one Erendamuladi Kshara Basti is given, or in Manjishtadi Kshara Basti we give, one Anuvasana we give. Next Basti will be the Yapana Basti, that is Estimadu Kshira Sadhita Sagrita Kshira Basti. Then we give one Anuvasana, and then we give again one Niruha with Manjishtadi Kshara Basti. So Kshara Kshira Avartita Basti when we give, or Kshara Kshira alternate Bastis when we give, we are able to increase the spinal column nutrition, spinal column dehydration, and spinal column vertebral length can be increased. Apabahuka is one of the definite spinal column disease. Vitiated Vata dosha located at Amsamula, root of the shoulders, causes Sira Sankocha, constriction of the vascular structure. Sira Sankocha is differential diagnosis with Siragata Vata, Astimajjagata Vata, and then produce Apabahuka, which results in Bahu Praspandita Haram. Patient is unable to do adduction and abduction and circumrotation like movements of the arm is blocked. Acharya Sushruta says, aggravated Vata dosha localized in the Amsa Desha dries up the binding ligaments. See, this is Snayu Vishoshana. Tam Sira Snayur Vishoshacha is Pakshagata Lakshana. If patient is having, we have seen some of the cases, even common people will talk like this. Whenever cervical spondylosis with radicalopathy comes, patients are afraid that in future I may get paralysis. Definitely where Snayu Vishoshana Janna Pakshagata, patient is unable to lift the upper limb takes place, result in constriction of Siras and then finally leading into Apabahuka. Here we have to diagnose Apabahuka individually or Charakokta Ardita Lakshanam. In Charakokta Ardita Lakshanam, I diagnose Charakokta Ardita as one half of the face is involved, one upper limb is damaged. Monoplasia of upper limb or lower limb with one half of the face involvement is facial weakness. In Davidson textbook previous 2 editions back, he has written facial weakness, where in facial weakness, one half of the face is involved and one upper limb or one lower limb is involved. This is Charakokta Ardita Lakshanas. And their spinal cord lesion is one of the common cause. According to Madhava Nidana, Vayu localized in the shoulder region causes atrophy of the structures binding the shoulder joint, and when the same atrophy around the shoulder joint is produced by vitiated Vata leading to contractures of surrounding ligaments, the condition is called also Avabahuka. Apabahuka and Avabahuka, both word meaning is same, but in authors have used two terminologies. In clinical features of Apabahuka, Sthanika Vikara is there, Bahu Praspandita Haram is there, and difficulty in movement or impairment, loss of movement of one upper limb is there. This is Karma Kshayam is there, Amsa Sandhi Shulam. This is periarticular joint pain is there, Stamba is there, Mamsa Shosha is there. Mamsa Shosha is due to Avarana, Stamba is due to Avarana, Sandhi Shula is due to Vata Vriddhi, Karma Hani is due to Siragata Vata and Snayagata Vata, and Apabahuka Samprapti or Vishwachi is one of the differential diagnoses is there. Then Talam Pratyangulinam Prati is Vishwachi, Bahu Praspandita Haram is Avabahuka. In modern perspective, adhesive capsulitis or frozen shoulder, rotator cuff tendinitis, and impingement syndrome. When the capsule is having impingement on one another, it is once again Margavarana Janya Vata Vyadhi in rheumatology, cervical spondylosis, bicipital tendinitis is Shota Janya Vata Vyadhi, osteoarthritis of shoulder joint. So in trapezius and splenius capitis, where you can see the muscles are having spasm. Mamsa Sankocha is one of the Lakshana, where Mamsa Sankocha is Vataja Samanya Lakshana in Charaka Samhita Chikitsa Sana 28th chapter, where Sankochaha Parvanam Stamba is there. It is one of the Vatavyadi Lakshana, and spinal cord is surrounded by spinal fluid. This is Kapha. Tarpaka Kapha in brain, Tarpaka Kapha in also spinal cord. by several layers of protective structures like dura-mater. It is the strongest outmost layer. Spinal cord and nerve structures you can see like this. And anatomy of compression. Anterior compression causes IVDP or osteophytes are compressing. Anterolateral compression is due to the joints of Lashka. Lateral compression is due to facetal joint. Posterior compression is due to ligamentum flavum. See, we should understand these four categories of compression of the vertebral column disorders. Ligamentum flavum thickening is also one of the common cause for the backbone pain, or Kati Shulam Trikagraham. Sometimes we come across osteophytes, that is Malarupi Asti Vruddhis, and sometimes facetal joint arthritis. So neck pain is caused by muscle strain, ligamental sprains, arthritis, and pinched nerves. Neck pain, 10 patients of adults have neck pain at any one time of their life. So neck pain is common cervical complaint, and majority of, regardless of the cause, they recover. In the middle age, I have seen it is Swabhava Paramavada, where gradually cervical spondylosis comes and gradually it will decline on its own, self-limiting. But sometimes after 2 or 3 episodic disease, it will become a permanent cervical spondylosis. Abnormal wear and tear of soft tissues. This is Dhatukshaya as well as Margavarana of the disc and vertebrae, and gradual narrowing of the disc space. This is once again Dhatukshaya Janya Margavarana. Loss of normal square shape of the bone, growth of the edges of the bone, bone spurs. This is Malarupi Asti Vruddhi. Bone spurs increases, so increase pressure on the surrounding tissue and cause 90% of pinched nerves. Symptoms like neck pain, weakness, numbness or arms on the shoulders, headache and limited neck mobility is there. In cervical disc disease, C5, C6 and C6-7 are common cervical disc disease areas. Constant trauma of the neck. We are doing constant exercises, constant movement, and then pathology is disc bulge or disc protrusion, extrusion, herniation of the nuclear material resulting in anterior extradural mass attached to the nucleus of origin, and disc sequestration, separation of the material from the disc. It is sequestrated. It is now one of the shalya. It is a surgical correction is required. Whether it is a bulge, protrusion, extrusion, we should treat them as Margavarana-janya Vatavyadhis of spinal cord. Disc sequestration requires a surgical intervention. Pain from joints and ligaments and muscles, pain from the nerve roots or spinal cord should be differentiated. If it is from ligaments and muscles, pain and stiffness is there. If it is due to the cord, it is root pain is seen. If it is due to the ligaments and muscles, deep, dull, aching pain is there. Often it is episodic, whereas in case of cord-related pain, sharp, intense, often burning pain. Sa daharuja, it is pitta samsrishta vatavada. Excessive or unaccustomed activity or sustaining an awkward posture. Because of our awkward posture, ligament and muscle damage starts, or because of radiating trapezial or interscapular areas down to the arm, there will be root disease. Differentiation, we can think also aggravated by the movement is nothing but the muscles and ligaments. If it is symptoms aggravated by neck hyperextension, if you do hyperextension like this, if pain is increased, it is due to the cord involvement. We come across to the Roga Nidana perspective of understanding spinal cord diseases. There are various examination methods of the spine. There are innumerable methods of spine examination: inspection, palpation, percussion are 3 main important prospects. In inspection, look from side. Cervical lordosis is going to give you the clue. Increased lordosis is muscular weakness or imbalance. Then Mamsagata Vata Chikitsa and spinal cord disease is to be given. Lessened lordotic curvature, muscular spasm or guarding and or nerve root impingement is there. Then this lordosis is damaged. Then you should give Agni Karma as Pradhana Chikitsa, Lepa as Pradhana Chikitsa, Dhanyamla Dhara as Pradhana Chikitsa. You can see scoliosis, kyphosis, and increased lumbar lordosis can be seen, or even some of the cases of the vertebral column swelling is also there. Spinal deformities. You can see osteophytes in between 2 spinal cord lesion. You can see there is a straightening of cervical spine. It is due to the paralumbar muscle spasm. So muscle spasm is Mamsagata Vata, Snayagata Vata, and the bones become, vertebral column becomes straight. Then you should give chikitsa to the Mamsa and Snayu, and then patient will be all right. Osteophytes are seen these osteophytes will make beaking appearance. So the beaking appearance is one of the common osteophytes in cervical spine. And palpation. On palpation, local rise in temperature and spinous process palpation, prominent spinous process palpation is done. You can feel midline spinous process, paraspinal soft tissues, supraclavicular fossage for cervical ribs and enlarged lymph nodes. The anterior neck structures, including the thyroid, can be seen. Special tests like a Sperling test, compression test, distraction test, Valsalva test, swallowing test, Addison test. Range of movement can be checked by active and passive movements. The flexion, ask the patient to bend the head forwards, chin should be able to touch the chest. Up to 80 degrees, he should bend. This is normal. Extension, ask the patient to look up and backward. Up to 50 degrees, patient should be able to extend. If this is not happening, there is Thamba, Sankocha, and Vatavyadi. Lateral flexion should take place up to 45 degrees, where it should involve atlantoaxial, atlanto-occipital joints. Circumrotation, 80-degree patient should be able to do circumrotation. Patient should be asked to look over his shoulder. Then this is a case of rotation. Restricted and painfully seen in cervical spondylosis. Appley's scratch test. Patient should scratch the scapula, and if he is unable to do from upward or backward, from lowards, it is positive. Arm drop sign. You lift the arm and drop it if patient is feeling pain. Empty cans test. You press the both hands and patient should put pressure upwards. Compression test. Testing for compression of the cervical root or facet joint irritation in the lower cervical spine. Ask the patient to seat the table. Patient head is natural. Therapist stands behind the patient. If radiating pain or other neurological sign in the same side of the nerve, in the nerve root, or pain local to the neck or shoulder is there, by pressing above, then the sign is positive. Sperling test, it is also compression in the extended neck. Swallowing test, patient deglutinates and bony protuberance or bony osteophytes or soft tissue swellings can be seen with hematomas. Valsalva test, ask the patient to hold his breath and bear down as if he were moving his bowels. Then ask whether he feels any increase in the pain and describe the location. This test increase intrathecal pressure. If a space occupying lesion such as herniated disc or tumor present in the cervical canal, patient may develop pain in the cervical spine secondary to increase in the pressure. So Lermite sign, it is just like looking like a yoga posture. Patient is stretching his head forward and his two legs upward. And this sign detects protrusion of cervical intervertebral disc or an extradural spinal tumor irritating the spinal durameter. See, such a beautiful bedside examination we are missing in the neurology clinics. People are running behind, modern people are running behind CTs and MRIs. A simple yogic posture like posture can give you patients the intervertebral disc extradural spinal tumor or irritating spinal durameter. Distraction test. When spinal column, you are putting a distraction lifting upwards. To relieve the pressure on the cervical roots may be used after Sperling or compression test. Place open palm in one hand under and patient's chin and other hand upon the occiput and temporalis, then gradually lift and distract. Patient starts getting pain. So Addison test, you lift the hand, pull arm downwards and palpate the radial pulse and turn the patient's head to the same side or extend the neck, abduct or extend or laterally rotate the shoulder. From this position, the patient take deep breath and hold, feel radial pulse. The fading of the radial pulse indicates positive thoracic outlet obstruction. Radiculopathy, lateral stretch test. When stretching of the neck in the opposite direction will elicit pain along the nerve root distribution. Range of movement test. In the active movement and passive movement as shown in the slide, best done in sitting or best done in laying posture. In the active method, flexion, touch chin to the chest, extension, look straight above head. Or lateral flexion approximately 45 degrees. Rotation, nose over the tip of the shoulder. With these active movements, patient pain can be elicited. Anvil distraction test. And if you see Samprapti of Apabahuka, the Vatakara Hetus and Kafakara Hetus, either Bahu Praspandita Haram is due to Snayu Kandara, Mamsa Sira Dushti, or Kafavrita Vyana Sandhi Dushti leading to Sira Sankocha and Apabahuka. Either Vataja Lakshanas, Kafaja Lakshanas or Vata Kafaja Lakshanas. Then Shodhana, Rukshana, Apatarpana followed by Snehana, Brahmana, Dhatapurana, Rasayana Chikitsa is required. And if you do differential diagnosis with Ekanga Roka, in Ekanga Roka, Hastamva Toda Sholagrat, in Vishwachi, Bahuho Karmaha Chayakari, both Bahus are having this. Amsa Shosha is Daurbalyam in Amsa Sandhi, whereas Apabahukam is Amsa Mula Stito Vayuhu Sira Sankocha Tatragaha, Bahu Praspandita Haram with Shula Stambam. So the tension neck, torticollis, fibromyalgia, myofascial pain syndrome, cervical spondylosis, cervical IVDP, or even infectious tuberculosis, osteomyelitis, epidural abscesses, tumors, myelopathy, cervical stenosis, osteoarthritis, brachial plexus pathologies, thoracic outlet syndrome, and herpes zoster of the neck, inflammatory pathology, rheumatoid arthritis, syringomyelia, transverse myelitis, meningism, or even severe arterial hypertension, vertebral anomalies, myopathies, or even pain from the upper limb, that is lateral epicondylitis, angina pectoris, upper limb disease, or abdominal irritation. Udavarta and Koshtakatavata are also having Prushta Ruja. So, if you do differential diagnosis in modern, bursitis is joint tenderness, tendinitis is pain in the shoulder and arm stiffness, rotator cuff injury is pain in the shoulder and muscle weakness, cervical spondylosis is pain in neck and shoulder, weakness in the right upper arm, frozen shoulder is stiffness, pain, limited range of movement. Stiffness, pain, limited range of movements, pain in the shoulder during the movement, and pain is usually worsens at night. Ratri Kale, Vata Kale, Vata Vruddhihi. So Vishwachi is close resemblance with Avabahuka. Pain radiates from upper arm to the forearm and palms, distributed from the back of the neck to the tip of the finger. Contrary to this, in Vishwachi, the pain is more or less restricted to Amsa Pradesh in Apabahu. Amsa Shosha, a separate entity in Madhavakara, it should be differentiated from Apabahuka. In Amsa Shosha, Mamsa Shosha Lakshanas are there. I have seen case where only deltoid muscle group is absent. So it can be differentiated by the presence of Mamsa Kshaya, Mamsa Shosha and Amsa Pradesha. Pain is not the diagnostic criteria. Ekangavata is weakness of affected upper limb and features of Akarmanyaha and Vichetanata. So investigations for these Apabahuka and all spinal cord diseases is plain X-ray, stress X-ray, CT, MRI, myelography, nerve conduction, nerve root blocks, discography. So Chikitsa Sutra, if you see in one line, Avabahu hitam nasyam, snehascha auttara bhaktikaha, nasya and auttara bhaktika sneha. So food, snehapana and food. In another fashion, snehapana, food and snehapana. It is called auttara bhaktika sneha. Nasya is Griva Skando Urasam Balajananartham. Ruksha Svedam in Samavastha like Valaka Sveda, Churnapinda Sveda, and in Snigdha Sveda, Niramavastha, Jambira Pinda Sveda, Shashtikachali Pinda Sveda, Arkapatra Pinda Sveda. Neck pain is treated with yoga postures, neck stretching exercises, and in Yoga Ratnakara Vatavyadi, Bahu Parivartanam is told as Chikitsa. What is Bahu Parivartana is movements of shoulder joint. This has been mentioned as an effective remedy in Apabahuka by Yoga Ratnakara. It may be correlated with physiotherapy of current science. A best pillow practice. Best pillow practice is use a suitable pillow which is having to maintain the maintenance of curvature of the spinal column. In the Katigraha, it is one of the spinal cord disease, Katishula, Katigraha, Trikagraha, Prushtagraha, Trikashula, Prushtajula, Grudrasi. All these lakshanas are there for lumbar region. Lumbar spine is having again lumbar vertebral space reduction, disc protrusion, disc herniation, disc bulge, disc dehydration, and disc desiccation. 5 pathologies are there in lumbar spine. So you can see normal and degenerative disc movements and bulging of the disc and herniated disc or thinning of the disc. Thinning of the disc is degenerative disease. Patient comes with Katishula. Grudrasi is more than 10 million cases in India. And Spikpurva, Katiprishta, Uru Janu Janga Padam Kramat. It is Prustati, Stamba, Ruk, Toda. All these are important lakshanas. Vata Jagrudrasi and Vata Kafa Jagrudrasi are there due to Vata and Vata Kafa dosha. and we can do Vyadhi Vinishya. Vata Jagrudrasi is Stamba Ruja Toda Pradana Vyadhi, whereas Vata Kafa Jagrudri is Stamba Gaurava Arochaka Tandra Yukta Vyadhi. Uru Stamba is Rukin Uru Shota Ases Ankocha Angamarda and Tandra Aruchi Staimitya is there. In Khalli Pada Janga Uru Moola Pida, this is Mardanavat Pida is there in Khalli. For Vataja Grudrasi, it is Dhatukshaya leading to Grudrasi Lakshana, or in Vata Kafaja Grudrasi, excessive secretion of Kafa in Sandhisthana. Tarpaka Kafa is in Sandhi. Vata Kafaja Lakshanas will cause Margavarana, and then Vata Kafaja Grudrasi will develop. Sciatica is sciatic nerve inflammation or the paralumbar root compression or disc damages or space occupying lesion in the spinal column. Differential diagnosis: rheumatoid arthritis, trauma, and coccyx pain. Even disc herniation, discitis, lumbar compression fracture, lumbar degenerative disc disease, lumbar facet arthropathy, mechanical low back pain, and overuse injury. Roland and Morris have given low back pain disability questionnaire. You can go through that. And Chikitsa Sutra of Katishula, Grudrasi and all is Acharya Shushruta says Siraveda and Grudrasi, Vagbata says Siraveda and Grudrasi, Vangasena says Deepana, Pachana, Mardana, Vashpasveda, Upanaha, Vamana Virechana, Agnikarma, Chakradatta says Pachana, Shodhana, Basti and Shastrakarma, Yogaratnakara says Siraveda and Agnikarma, Mahaprakasha, Virechana, Vamana, Basti. These are all the sites of Raktamokshana, one in the femoral triangle, one in the backside of the thigh, one in the backside of the popliteal fossa, one is the inner side below the Indrabasti Marma. So 4 angulas lower than the Medra and Basti are 4 angulas up or low from the Janusandhi and 4 angulas in the Gulfa Sandhi, and in between Kandara and Gulfa according to Charaka in Grudrasi. So Siraveda becomes one of the best line of treatment when there is Siragata Vata Lakshana as well as Snayigata Vata Lakshana as well as Margavarana Janya Grudrasi. So today I have taken much of your time to summarize. Spinal cord diseases can be diagnosed by modern diagnosis, Ayurvedic treatment, and modern assessment. Or the Meru Gata Vata is one of my contribution to understanding of this disease. Meru Gata Vata is a Vata Vyadhi. It is a Anukta Vata Vyadhi. I have contributed for Meru Gata Vata Vyadhi Lakshana, where orthopedic line of rheumatological diagnosis is cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, and total vertebral column spondylosis or ankylosing spondylosis, HLA B27 positive. And another condition I was telling, CSLS syndrome, is cervical spondylosis with lumbar spondylosis. Etra etra lumbar spondylosis, tatra tatra cervical spondylosis, etra etra cervical spondylosis, tatra tatra lumbar spondylosis. And we can diagnose in Dandaka Sannipata Jwara, Trikagrahi Sannipata Jwara, and in case of Amavata, Vrishchika Damshika Vedana in Trikasandhi, Trikasandhi may be cervical spine, Trikasandhi may be lumbar spine. So in both cases, we can understand spinal cord disease. Spinal cord abhigata janya vikaras, where cord is completely cut. We don't have a Ayurvedic line of thinking. Modern line of thinking is also not there. If spinal cord traumas are there, partial trauma, partial cut are there, we can think about Bhagna Sandhana Krit. Lashana is a Bhagna Sandhana Krit Dravya. Lashana Rasayana is important Rasayana for spinal cord diseases. In take-home messages, Lashana Kalpas, Prasaranyadi Kashayam, Gandharva Hastadi Kashayam, Rasna Erandadi Kashayam, Shilajatu Gugulu, or Trayodashanga Gugulu. You should not forget, whenever there is a Trikasandhi involvement, cervical spondylosis or lumbar spondylosis, Trayodashanga Gugulu is Agra Aushadhi. And along with that, Gandharva Hastadi Kashayam is Kati Visheshatvam. It should be given in Kati Shula Vishesha. Dhanvantaram Kashayam is Maduram Snigdam Vataharam. In Nirupastambita Vata Vyadhi, the Dhanvantaram Kashayam should be used. And in case of Grudrasi is Hacharadi Kashayam with Hacharadi Thailam. And in motor neuron diseases, one of the spinal cord disease and amyotropic lateral sclerosis is one more spinal column disease. And in what happens is, in motor neuron disease, upper motor neuron and lower motor neuron both are present. In amyotropic lateral sclerosis, if you see this palmar thinner surface and hypothinner surface emaciation takes place. Mamsa kshaya, mamsa shosha takes place, and the lateral border of the tongue becomes tongue fasciculation. By Darshanagamya Bhava, you can diagnose the amyotropic lateral sclerosis and Grudrasi, Apabahuka, or even Griva Hundanam, Trika Prushta Kati Graham, Kati Prushta Shirograham. They are all spinal cord diseases. Even in Ekangavata, Charakokta Ardita, we can see some of the hemiplegia cases are having involvement of corticospinal tracts. When corticospinal tracts are damaged, spinal cord is involved in the management of upper motor neuron leading to Pakshagata. Then also we should think about spinal cord. Whenever we call central nervous system means brain and spinal cord. We should not forget. Sushumna Nadi is present inside the Meru, and Sushumna Nadi, Ida and Pingala Nadi. There are three Pradhana Nadis. Sushumna Nadi is Madhya, Ida is left side, Pingala is right side. Their decussation takes place in the Surya Nadi and the Chandra Nadi. So in the Meru Gatavata and Meru Sirsha Gatavata, it is a yogic technique and tantrika vidya we should understand. Shat chakras are having connection to the spinal cord. Shat chakras understanding and spinal cord is also important. And whenever you get abdominal organ and thoracic organ related diseases, whenever there is a heart disease, you should see that thoracic spine spondylosis and pain is there. Whenever Katishula is there, the uterine diseases, bladder diseases are there. So all organs in the body, that is endocrine organs or exocrine organs in the thorax and abdomen, definitely have spinal cord connection. So whenever you get stomach, liver, pancreas, kidneys, or even suprarenal gland disorders, try to manipulate or try to do abhyanga of spinal cord. In 7 postures of massage, one posture is dorsal posture. So this dorsal spinal massage, even to the kids or even to the elder age people or even to the Swastavrta Anuvartana, spinal column massage is a must. So in Abhyangam Acharya Nityam sa Jarashrama Vataha Shira Shravana Padeshu Tam Viseshena Shile. Shira means Shira and Prushta. Shira and spinal cord, Abhyanga must be done. Then Kati, Nabi, and then Pada, in these Abhyanga should be done. Spine is important part of CNS. Meru Danda governs most of the activities of musculoskeletal and splanchnic activities. Management of spine is based on Vatavyadi theories. Snehana, Brahmana and Rasayana have augmented role to play in care of along with Yoga Chikitsa. And Bhai-Parimarjana Chikitsas like Abhyanga, Dhanyamladhara, Lepa, Sthanika Tarpana are useful. Meru Gatavata, CSLS syndrome and JK syndrome are new trials and contributed in my 22 years of practice. We should think about Anukta Vatavyadis in spinal cord Chikitsa. With this, I conclude my talk. Sorry for the initial delay, and I am thankful to the organizers, principal and all the staff members of Terdal Ayurveda College, Dr. Chaya Madam, and all my delegates, students, postgraduate scholars, and all the practitioners. And once again, thank you one and all. I am thankful to my teachers and my patients, and also my beloved principal for allowing me to do this webinar, Dr. Syed Attar Fatima Madam, because with her constant support, we are able to do clinical works as well as research works. I am thankful to the Commissioner of Ayush, Dr. Meenakshi Negi Madam, for encouraging us. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very informative speech. Usually we think of Gudrasi, Vishwaji, Katigraha. You have thrown more light on spinal disorders. Along with that, you have told treatment modalities also. It's very useful to all the audience. Thank you, sir. There are some questions in chat box. What is the treatment of Apavahuka in diabetic patient?
Yes. If diabetes is under control, Apabahuka can be easily treated. Otherwise, my prescription is Prasaranyadi Kashayam with Mahavata Vidvamsarasam. If patient is not having hypertension crisis, Prasaranyadi Kashayam with Ekanga Vira Rasam. Because the radiating pain should be treated in diabetes with Mahavata Vidvamsarasa or Kamaduga Rasa. And patient should be given with Ashwagandha and Gomutra Lepam on the cervical spine. This Ashwagandha Gomutra Lepam is effective, and in Gada Nigraha, one more drug is there, Ashwagandha and Shunti. Rasayanam should be given. Ashwagandha Shunti as one of the Rasayanam should be given. So Yatkinchit Prameha Haram and Apapahuka Haram. That is Prasaranyadi Kashayam, Mahavata Vidvamsarasam with the Madhumehara drug like Nisha Malakyadi, Nisha Katakadi drug should be given. Or in Charaka Samhita, Daru Surakvadi Kashayam is there. Trifala Surakva Devadaru, this Kashayam is effective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next question. When CT and MRI interventions should be chosen in spinal cord and brain pathologies?
Actually, if you do clinical examination, I was showing you a few of the neck examination protocols. If you do neck extension stretch test, if patient is having a pain, it is not radiologically, that is X-ray is not enough. If you take X-ray, it will show simple degenerative osteoarthritis, osteophytes, and degenerative changes. If patient is having cord lesion, then patient is having radiculopathy, and patient is not responding well to Grivapasti, Nasya, and some of the Shamana Ushadis, definitely think about MRI scan, where some of the disc herniation, disc desiccation, or cervical canal stenosis, lumbar canal stenosis. When stenosis is there will be foot drop. Lumbar canal stenosis cases will come with foot drop. Then there is MRI scan should be done. Whenever there is a neuromuscular weakness and patient is having karma hani, definitely CT and MRI should be done. If there is no karma hani, if there is no cord lesion, if the patient is having only an osteoarthritis like presentation, X-ray is enough. If patient is having inflammatory pathologies, CRP is good line, and if it is rheumatological cases, RA factors, anti-dsDNA, and antimicrosomal antibodies test, and even HLA-B27 for ascending lumbar spondylitis, that is ankylosing spondylitis. If ankylosing spondylitis is there, one MRI must be ruled out to rule out any cord compression. If there is lumbar canal stenosis, foot drop is there, MRI must be done. Or initially do bedside examination and Upashaya, Anupashaya, Bhyam Pariksha. If Upashaya is not there for routine Janu Basti, Janu Lepa, Kati Basti, Kati Lepa, Abhyanga, Dhanyamla Dara, if it is not giving you result, then think about going to that. Or whenever Karmakshaya is there, CT MRI must be taken. Whenever trauma history is there and motor function loss is there in spinal column diseases, the karma hani must be checked with CT and MRI. Thank you. Very good question.
Thank you, sir. Next question. How can we understand the Gudagata Vata and Pakvashayagata Vata?
Yes. See, in Gudagata Vata and Pakvashayagata Vata, some of the symptoms are overlapping. It looks like Gudagata Vata, but it will be having Koshtagata Vata. It looks like Koshtagata Vata and Gudagata Vata. There, one simple test I'll tell you is, if you do Vatanulomana Chikitsa, if you give Paniya Ksharas, and Matra Basti, both will respond. Shaddarna Yogam and Paniya Ksharam and Matra Basti, Gudagata Vata and Koshtagata Vata or Pakvashayagata Vata will be improved. See, in Pakvashayagata Vata, the Lakshanas of Bradna is there. That is, inguinal canal intra-pelvic pressure increased Lakshanas are there. That will be Pakvashayagata Vata. Intracolonic pressure is raised. That is Pakvashayagata Vata. Only the anal canal pressure is raised. That is Gudagata Vata. But somehow Katishula is going to happen in all 2-3 cases. Gudagata Vata or Pakvashayagata Vata. In both cases, Gudashula. In both cases, Katishula. Uru Sadam. Those Lakshanas are coming. Then Upashaya is Paniyaksharam, Shaddarna Yogam, Matra Basti. Or Gandharva Hastadi, Erendasneya Prayoga will be effective in all 3. So Upashaya, Anupashaya, Bhyam Pariksha. But structurally, scanning will not give you any substantial information. These are all functional diseases.
Thank you, sir. Next question. How brachial neuralgia should understood by Ayurveda?
Yes. Neuralgia is a category of diseases where nerve inflammation is there. When nerve fiber inflammation is there, one due to Dhatukshaya, another due to nutritional deficiency, third due to the cord compression, or fourth is due to the demyelination. So whenever this neuralgia comes, first give nutritional supplement. Upashaya is there, well and good. If not there, evaluate hyperglycemia and diabetes. If diabetes is there, neuralgia is very common presentation. If these two are ruled out, if patient is having dull ache and paresthesia, Daha is not there, Arthi and Supti is more, then you have to undergo for nerve conduction studies. If you do nerve conduction studies, neuralgias are once again differentiated from axonal blocks. Axonal conductive disorders are ruled out. So neuralgia should be treated with the cobalt line of treatment. See, nowadays modern people are giving cobalt for neuralgias. The methyl cobalamin is derived out of cobalt. Cobalt is a radioactive element used in anti-cancer treatment. But now that anti-cancer drug is given for Pandu and neuralgias. Neuralgia is weakness of the nerve or nutritional deficiency of the nerve or free radicals which are damaging the nerve, and it causes nerve pain. So that nerve pain is dull, continuous, not responded with posture. It aggravates with the improper posture and stretch. Whenever nerve stretch we give, the neuralgia will increase. In such cases, nerve balyam, rasayanam, medium, and nanoparticles, the abraka basma or rajata basma, such compounds must be tried. Even Malla Garbha Potali, Shuddha Malla, we have tried in neuralgia, one clinical trial we have done. Shuddha Malla, 3 milligrams with Maricha Churna 5 to 7 milligrams. If dose is given, neuralgia will respond definitely faster than acyclopentac paracetamol or dicloparacetamol. This Shuddha Malla Prayoga, not Malla Basma. Shuddha Malla Prayoga is effective from, it is from Rasatarangini it seems. Shuddha Malla is effective in neuralgia pains, whether it is diabetic neuropathy or nutritional deficiency myopathy or conduction axonal polyneuropathies. Conductive axonal polyneuropathies are diagnosed by nerve conduction studies, a costliest affair. Then if patient done that, then we have to think about Urustamba Hara Yogas, Lashuna Kalpas, Margavarana Haram, Dhatukshayam, Balyam, Brummanam, Vatagnam. This sort of treatment, and Basti is inevitable in these cases.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your very informative speech. Now we are going to start valedictory function. Stay with us, sir. I like to call Dr. Shrikant Vislava, sir, to host the valedictory function.
Om Dhanvantaraye Namaha. Good afternoon to all. Myself Dr. Vislava Shrikant, Assistant Professor, Department of Rachana Sharira, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirgar. Let's start e-valedictory function. Sri Bahubali Vidyapith's JV Mandals, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirgar, welcomes you all for the 6th National Webinar on Ayurvata Chintana 2020 from Department of Roga Nidan, Evam, Vikrita, Vignana. Tena vina tarunam api na chalat. It means without God, even a single grass can't move. Prayer is the most powerful tool mankind has to reach the God. It gives us strength and confidence. So let us begin this function by seeking the blessings of Lord Almighty with prayer. I request our staff and students to grace this occasion with a Dhanvantari prayer.
नमामि धन्वन्तरिमादिदेवं सुरासुरैर्वन्दितपादपद्मं लोके जरारुग्यभयविनाशाय
ಸರ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅದು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇತ್ತು ಆಗ, ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಆರಾಮ್ರಿ?
ಬಹಳ ದಿನ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಬಹಳ ದಿನ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ದು ಕೇಳ್ದಾಗ ಆಯ್ತ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾಗಿನ ಆಯ್ತು, ರತಿನ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯ್ತು, ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ.
ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು.
Thank you for the prayer. Now I request Dr. Vinayak Mali sir for welcome speech. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Dr. Vinayak Mali, Assistant Professor, Department of Chilakita, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Kerala. I would like to welcome our Honorable Chief Patrons, Sri D.C. Patil sir, Chairman JMC Kerala, and Dr. J.V. Algur sir, Secretary JMC Kerala, and Sri Nilesh J. Desai sir, Treasurer JMC Kerala. I'd like to welcome our today's e-valedictorian of this webinar. And it's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Parmeshwara S. Badgi, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Vignana, Institute of Medical Science, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Your presence makes us very happy, sir. I would like to welcome our e-inaugurator of this webinar, Dr. Syed Akhtar Fatima ma'am, Principal Tarnath Government Medical College, Ballari. I would like to welcome our beloved Principal, Professor and HOD, Department of Panchakarma, President of this webinar, Dr. L.M. Biradar sir, JMC Kerala. I'd like to welcome our Organizing Secretary, Dr. Chaitana, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Roga, Nidan, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Kerala. On behalf of our management, principal and staff, I extend my special welcome to all the guest speakers. Dr. Prasanna M. Moksale sir, Associate Professor, Department of PG Studies in Roga, Nidan, STM College of Udupi, and Dr. Shalini Rao, Assistant Professor, Department of Roga, Nidan, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, and Dr. Veena G. Rao ma'am, Department of Panchakarma, JSS Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru, and another speaker, Dr. Madhav Digay sir, Professor, Department of PG Studies in Chikitsa, Tarnath Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari. I'd like to welcome our teaching staff, non-teaching staff, hospital staff, and students of GMC, Kerala. I would like to welcome all the media personnel, faculty members, practitioners, PG students, PG scholars of different colleges, and audience from different parts of the country. Welcome one and all. Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome speech. Greenery gives pleasure to human eyes. Now, I request our management team for watering plan. Thank you for watering, sir. It's time for e-valedictory speech. Now I request Dr. Kullu madam to introduce Dr. Parmeshwarappa S. Badgi sir.
Sure.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. K.V. Kulur, Department of Dravagna, Assistant Professor, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Kerala. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Parmeshwarappa S. Badgi, sir. Sir was born on 1st August in 1972. He has completed post-graduation in Roga Vignana and Vignana, subject from University of Kolkata. He has completed PhD in Kachikista from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. At present, sir is working as Associate Professor and HOD Department of Vignana, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Sir had total 18 years of teaching experience in the field of Ayurveda. He is a resource person for many channas and lectures. Sir has presented many scientific papers and published 131 scientific articles in national and international journals. And sir has published 27 papers and published 11 books and 30 chapters in this book. Under his guidelines, 15 research products were completed. Sir has many awarded, among them Piva Excellence in Ayurveda Award in 2014 and Best Book of the Year Award for Textbook of Kachikista in 2015. Roga Nidana Visharada Award for Excellence in Ayurvedic Teaching in 2016 and Mahima Young Scientist Award by the Institute of Agriculture Science, BHU in 2016 and many more awards to his.
Shall I start my speech?
Sir, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I am very much thankful to the principal Lingareddy sir and Chaya madam and whole organizing team for selecting me as a chief guest for the 2 days webinar program, which was exclusively on the Vata Vyadhi and its management. There are four lectures I was hearing since yesterday, starting with Prasanna and Mogusale. So he was giving a comprehensive description about the concept of Pakshagata and its possible correlation with the concepts of modern medicine and how it can be interpreted with the Ayurveda with that of the modern medicines. So that lecture was also covering the entire classical references mentioned in Ayurveda with the present modern era descriptions pertaining to the stroke ischemic and stroke hemorrhagic. So there was an extensive pathophysiological description along with the diagnosis possibilities at the initial phases, how it can be diagnosed and how it can be managed. It was a very, very wonderful, informative lecture. Followed by today morning, there was a lecture from Dr. Shalini Rai. She did a very beautiful concept on the Vata Vyadhi and its understanding with the enteric nervous system and with the entire pathophysiology of Vata with the understanding of the neurological concept. So she was also made an attempt to make you to understand the concept of what has been mentioned in the various classical texts, how it can be interpreted in the language of science, in the language of the medical words. So she made a good effort to make you to understand. So it was very useful and excellent information provided by her. I hope you might have enjoyed that. So the third lecture was by Veena madam on the Parkinsonism disease and Kampavata. So everybody know that it's a neurodegenerative disorder affecting the basal ganglia, and it is very, very difficult for the management. Even then, certain medicines are available in modern medicine, but still it is not completely effective. So Ayurveda has a lot of scope in that. So she made an attempt to make you to understand that how can be well managed with the concept of Ayurveda, starting from the Samshamana to that of the Samshodhana therapy, how these can be interpreted to get rid of the disease Parkinsonism disease. And today afternoon, one of our good friend, my senior, Dr. Madhu Digavi, sir, he actually was supposed to start by 2:30 because there was a problem with the connectivity. So he started by his lecture by 3 p.m. So he made an excellent effort to make you to understand the spinal disorders, how it can be understood by the descriptions of Ayurveda with that of the modern medicines. And to make you to understand the whole set of neurological Vata Vadis in terms of its pathophysiology and how it can be diagnosed. There are various classical neurological examination tests he narrated, he beautifully described with the pictures, and it was, I hope it was very useful information for the students. And lastly, he was giving more focuses on the treatment modalities, how it can be treated and how it can be managed with the Ayurvedic treatment, and how the approaches can be made with a single there is a pain in the cervical region, but how it can be correlated and what may be the possible positive factor for the development of the cervical region pain. And he was trying to establish the interrelation between the lumbar spondylosis with the cervical spondylosis, along with the various the pains developing at the various trika sandhis. Of course, it is a very evident that everybody is accepting that there was a situation developing because of the association of the vata along with the ama. So that was mainly responsible for the development of such kinds of pain, but that can be managed appropriately with the appropriate therapeutic measures. So all the four speakers delivered the wonderful lectures with provided the entire wonderful information pertaining to the Vata Vadis as well as the Parkinsonism disease. So as you know that there are challenges with us, there are challenges with the modern medicine also for the understanding of the Vata Vadis. Everybody is accepting, Ayurveda is also accepting that so this particular Vata is responsible because of its dependence and eternity, and because of its all pervasive nature. So this particular Vata is worshipped all over the world, That's the reason which has been Sarvaloko Namaskutaha, that kind of word which has been given to the Vata, because this is the responsible for Sthiti and Utpatti or Vinasha. Sthiti, Utpatti and Vinasha is all dependent on this particular Vata. So that is why this particular Vata needs to be understood. Again, further he says that Susruta says Avyakto Vyakta Karma. This can be understood by Avyakta, but it is in the form of Avyakta, but this can be understood by the Vyakta Karma, by what the effect can be given to the body. Based on that can be understood. Along with that has been mentioned that Ruksha, it is Sita, and Lagu Karaha, this all you know that. But because of its direct and Vigunas Chaiva, because of this Rajo, Shabda and Sparshaguna Pradhana, along with that, it is moving haphazardly in various directions. Because of its minute nature, Sukshmatva, it can penetrate and it can enter into the minutest Stula and Sukshma. It can enter into the even Stula as well as Sukshma Srotas. And this, because of this Rajo, it is also Rajoguna dominant this thing. So, and Achintavirya Doshanam, Achintavirya, it has the word been used, Doshanam, Netaha Roga Samhara. This kind of word has been used. So it means that it is very difficult to understand and perceive the efficient functions of Vata and where it goes, how it goes, and what may be. There are certain mechanisms, there are certain pathophysiological procedures. We are not able to understand till date. There are diseases, even in modern medicine also accept that unknown. Even Ayurveda also accept that there are certain diseases manifest, we don't know the causes. Ayurveda also accept that particular thing. So that in this particular Vata Vadis are considered to be an Roga Samuhara. It will be an king of all the diseases. Another important thing which has been mentioned for Vatavadis is Ashukari in nature. It develops very instantaneous. That's not the case. That's not the case with Kaphas and Pitta Vikaras. They, before the development of these two diseases, there will be an premonitory signs and symptoms. There are some warning signs and symptoms will develop prior to the manifestation of the diseases. But that's not the case with that of the Vatavadis. So that is why the management of this Ashukari, Muhuchari, that again this will frequently moving here and there, and it will manifest again and again. And again, this particular Vatavadi is taking a root from the Pakwadana Udalayaha. So that is the reason Vata Vadi management should be done. Basti is one of the standard treatment. Basti is one of the best treatment among all the treatment modalities for the control of the Vata. So if the person who is well trained, well equipped with the knowledge of Basti management, by using the various combinations of the drugs, so that he or she can develop a mastery in controlling the Vatavadis. So Vatavadis are developing innumerable number of Vatavadis. That's the reason again further Vagpata Madhukosha says that Vayor Atibalatpena, Ashukaritpena, Gariyastvad, Visista Chikitsatvad, Dusadhatvad. So these kinds of statement which have been given. So when you are managing the line of treatment for Vatavadis, you need to plan the line of treatment with utmost precautions. You should understand the dosha. You should understand the again in the dosha. You have to understand Ravetaha, Karmataha, Gunata, Ruddhi, Kshaya of that particular dosha needs to be understood, and then followed by you need to understand the Samprati Gataka in total. Along with that, you should go for the understanding of the prakriti of the patient is also very, very important. You should understand the sara of the patient, sattva of the patient, sattva, satma, the vikruti, prakriti, vikruti, sattva, sara, sammanana, ahara shakti, vyayama shakti, and pramana pariksha. All these things are very, very important. Based on that, you have to decide the dose, how much dose medicine has to be administered. Because why the same physician is getting a result and the another patient is not getting the result, it makes you to difference, because when you are planning the line of treatment, you should always consider the Charakukta Dasveda Pariksha or Susrutukta Dwadasveda Pariksha. Both are saying the same thing. First, try to understand the Rogi Bala and Roga Bala. If you are able to understand the strength of the disease and strength of the disease as well as strength of the person, based on that, you need to plan the line of treatment. If you fail to understand the strength of the disease and strength of the person, if you are administering the disease without considering these two, it may end up with the failure in the line of treatment. So that is why if the person's strength is good, so you can go for strength of the patient is good, and if the Vadi is Pravala, then you go for the Samshodhana Chikitsa. That is badly needed to eliminate the doshas from the Pakvashaya, so that Vata can get strength out of it. If the doshas, if the Vadibala is Madhyama and the patient strength is also Madhyama, then you can go for a Samshamana Chikitsa with Mrudu Samshodhana Chikitsa. If the Vadibala is Pravara, but the Rogibala is Avara, then in that particular conditions, based on the Rogabala Pravara, that particular patient needs to be managed with Samshodhana Chikitsa. Because of the Vadi Rogibala Avara, so you cannot administer the Samshodhana to that particular patient initially. So in that particular condition, start with the Samshamana along with the Rasayana medicines. So you have to enhance the strength of the person gradually, then start with the mild Samshodhana therapy, so that the patient can get the little strength to overcome the effect of the Samshodhana therapy. So that is why when you are planning any the line of treatment of these diseases, especially in Vata Vadis, you need to be very, 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 very careful when you are analyzing these factors. So the understanding of the doshas, dushas, rotas, agni is very, very paramount important. So based on that, if you're planning the line of treatment, I hope it will be very, very useful. There was in time the people were saying that how the people are saying that how Ayurveda says that sarve roga manda agno sutaram or agni is the Agni Mandata or Agni Mardavata or Kayagni Durbalita is the base of the root cause of the development of most of the diseases. So now the people are coming up with the theories that gut leaky mechanism, as Dr. Shalini was highlighting that particular theory, nowadays you can understand that what is the importance of this particular gut leakage theory mechanism, how it is going to helpful the dosha situated in the majja that can be removed through by the purgation therapy or by the or by the basti karmas. So there will be Majhadara Kala with the like that. There will be correlations with that of the Pittadara Kala with that of the Majhadara Kala. So that combinations of the correlations have been given in the classical texts of Ayurveda to manage these kinds of patients. So that is why the understanding of the concepts of Ayurveda from the point of view of the this Vadi Samprabdi Vivechana, Gataka Vivechana is very, very important. Accordingly, if you plan the line of treatment, I hope you are going to get success. There are problems with Ayurvedic concepts or Ayurvedic, the problem with Ayurvedic Siddhanta or Ayurvedic problems is Ayurveda is basically explains most of the subjective phenomena and subjective criteria. So you need to take the help of the modern medicine to understand the objective criteria to make you to understand the what maybe for example, if somebody is suffering from a cervical, it has been told as cervical spondyloid or the cervical pain. So you need to understand there is a shula is mentioned in Ayurveda, but that particular shula in Ayurveda, it has been mentioned in the two broad headings. We can understand. One is that shula may be because of Dhatukshaya Janna, or that shula may be because of Bhargavarna Janna. So that needs to be, and again in the Dhatukshaya, which Dhatukshaya is there. So that I think Dr. Madhav Diggavi was giving a more focus to that, make you to understand what are the things to be taken care to make you to differentiate the Dhatukshaya Janna Vatavadi and Margavarna Janna Vatavadis. So once you are able to understand the Dhatukshaya of which Dhatu Shaya is there, or with Dhatu deformity is there, and that is causing the Vatavadis. And if you're managing the line of treatment accordingly, I hope you are going to get the wonderful result. There is no doubt in that. That's the reason Visishta Chikitsatva, that has been word which has been used for in context to the Vatavadi. So that is why you need to be very, very careful when you were choosing the line of treatment for the Vatavadis. Again, it has been told in context to the Vatavadis. Vata is responsible for the transmission of the nutritional portion. That Vata is which is responsible for the circulation of the whole nutrient portion to the different portions of the body, and accordingly the different body portions will get the nutrition, and then they will get this the good results out of it. So when you were managing the line of treatment for Vatavadis, so you need to take these kinds of things into consideration. I hope this 2 days webinar has provided you a lot of information to understand this particular Vatavadis, especially this Pakshagata and the neurological disorders of the spine, how it can be understood, and the Parkinsonism disease. And these are all the things which have been very widely discussed with utmost experience by the experienced faculty from the various parts of the India, delivered a good lectures. So I wish all the best, and I'm very much thankful to the Principal Lingareddy sir and Dr. Chaya madam and whole team of the Grameen Ayurvedic College Tirdal for organizing such a very wonderful webinar program. I hope you continue with the same webinar program so that the students who are studying in your college or maybe in other parts of India will get benefit by hearing the expert lectures from the experts of Ayurveda. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful speech. Despite your busy schedule, you accepted our invitation. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Chintan madam for organizing speech. Over to you, madam.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Dhanvantare Namaha. Warm greetings to one and all. Myself, Dr. Chaitana, Associate Professor, Department of Roga Nidana, GMC Perdal, on behalf of the organizing committee of Ayurvata Chintana 2020, would like to speak a few words. The world is facing humanitarian crisis because of COVID-19 pandemic. We all are continuously trying to overcome this difficult situation. We are working together. Still, the lockdown is on, but the learning has not stopped. As it is said by Acharya Charaka, Satata Adhyayana, Adhyapana, and Tadvidya Sambhasha are the means of gaining knowledge. To implement this, in our college, we are organizing webinar programs since June 15th related to different specialties. As a part of it, we from the Department of Roga Nidana also thought of conducting a webinar. For this to happen, our management has provided us with all the requirements and they have supported us in all the aspects. We are blessed to be managed by such a congenial, thoughtful, and respectful management committee. We are extremely grateful to the chairman, Shri D.C. Patil sir, secretary Dr. J.B. Algur sir, treasurer Shri Nilesh Desai sir, and all the members of the management committee. Then why we have selected Vata Vyadhi as a subject? Because in clinical practice, we get n number of cases related to Vata Vyadhi. At times, we do face difficulties in appropriate diagnosis of this mysterious disease. As it is said by Acharya Sushruta, Vikaraha dushparimrshtascha mohayehu chikitsakam. The diseases which are not diagnosed properly are going to confuse the patient and going to confuse the physician. So we thought this would be the apt subject for discussion. Accordingly, a meaningful name was suggested by our principal, that is Ayurvata Chintana. Then we communicated with our resource persons who are not only good in subject, but also they really practice what they teach. All the speakers, Dr. Prasannan Mogasale sir, Dr. Shalini Rai ma'am, Dr. Veena Ji Rao ma'am, Dr. Madhav Digave sir, wholeheartedly accepted our requisition. In spite of their busy schedule, they have managed to give us their precious time. I sincerely thank all the resource persons for showering us with the pearl of their wisdom. They literally did Gnana Vriddhi and cleared the avarana, what we had regarding Vata Vyadhi. Thank you. We look forward to listen from you once again, madams and sirs. With all our due respect, I would like to thank Dr. Sayyidatar Fatima Madam, Principal, Tarnath Government Ayurveda Medical College, Ballari, for inaugurating the program and delivering the keynote address. Thank you, ma'am. We are delighted to have Dr. Parameshwarappa S. Gadagi, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Vikrita Vignana, Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, as the guest for our valedictory function. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for gracing the occasion and shedding some more light on the topic. Above and beyond, my deepest sense of gratitude to our beloved principal, Dr. Evam Biradar, sir, who, like Prakrita Vata, is the driving force and the motivation to all of us. He is visionary and the person who gave us belief to bring together this webinar. Thank you very much, sir. No event can take shape without hardworking coordinators. It is the dedication and enthusiasm of our coordinators made this webinar a successful one. Thank you, Dr. Chaya Huller ma'am and Dr. K.V. Kullur ma'am. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for all our faculty members who supported in conducting this webinar. Special thanks to Dr. Vinayak Malli sir, Dr. Anand Kuntalli sir, and Dr. Shrikant Vislav sir. A big thanks to all the non-teaching staff, hospital staff, for their timely help in smooth organization of this webinar. I would like to thank all our students for their active participation in this webinar. Furthermore, a special recognition to all the delegates who remained patient throughout and encouraged the morale of the speakers by their enthusiasm. Thank you so much. With these few words, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my committee. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our beloved principal, sir, president of this webinar marathon from Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda, Dr. Lingareddy M. Birizar, sir, for a presidential speech. Over to you, sir. Good evening to all.
respected chief patterns, president of this institute, Sri DC Patil sir, secretary of Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Dr. JB Alur sir, and treasurer of this institute, Sri Nilesh Desai sir, my respected gurus, chief guest of this function, Sri Parameshwarappa Daddy sir, and Fatima madam, and all my colleagues, and Madhav Diggavi sir, and coordinator of this function, this webinar, Chitna Pujari madam, and organizing secretary and coordinators, Dr. Chaya Giller madam and Kullur madam, and all my staffs. So here since 2 days, we are in this Vata Ayurvata Chintana webinar. So since last July 15th, we are busy in hosting this all the continuous webinars from Department of Kaya Chikitsa, Shalya Tantra, Panchakarma, then Shalakya Tantra, Stri Roga Prasuti Tantra, then Roga Nidan department. So I can take this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to thanks to our management for providing a platform to host this online webinar in the propagation of science of Ayurveda. So apart from this, I take my sincere thanks to Dr. Saida Fatima Madam, Principal Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari, has participated as a inaugurator and given the keynote address with deliberations on Vata Vyadhi. And I also especially thanks to Dr. Parameshwarappa Badgi sir, who is watching since from the inauguration to till the end. He is always in the session with us and made the good deliberations at the end also, with the good conclusions in the for the Society of Ayurveda fraternity, who has always motivating us for their constant support for us all the way. I am very much thankful to you, sir. And I am also thankful to take this moment to all the speakers who has participated and shared their views deliberately, especially Dr. Prasanna Mursale sir, Dr. Shalini Rai madam, Dr. Veena Ji Rao madam, Dr. Madhav Dikkavi sir, delivering and sharing their knowledge for all the students and PG scholars and practitioners, and made the this webinar grand success. And not but the least, I'm also thankful to all the teaching staff who have since worked from last July 15th for all the webinars, supported all the way on the screen and off the screen constantly with their dedication. And all the non-teaching staff who have provided us this technical support for all the webinars, and all the other participants who have supported us with their constant registrations, feedbacks, good inputs, and motivations for us for hosting these webinars. And I also request all the speakers, this is the initiation we have took. We also want this support in future days also, as the Parameshwarappa Badgi sir told. So this is the good platform to prepare the science of Ayurveda for all the students of Ayush right now in the pandemic condition of COVID-19. So I am very much thankful to you, sir, and we are also eager to host the few more webinars on the different departments. We are planning right now. I need your support in future days also. With this, I conclude. Once again, I especially thanks to all the chief guests and e-inaugurator sir and e-valedictory who have participated, and all the participants. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presidential speech. Now I request Dr. Chaya Ulur madam for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank management team of our college and patron of this webinar, Sri DC Patil sir, Chairman, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terdar, Dr. JB Albur sir, Secretary, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terdar, Sri Nilesh J. Desai sir, Treasurer, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terdar, giving us an opportunity for this wonderful webinar series. On behalf of entire institute, I would like to extend a special thank to Valedictory guest Dr. Parmeshwarappa S. Badgi, Sir, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Vikrita Vignana, Institute of Medical Science, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our inaugurator of this webinar, Dr. Syed Akhtar Fatima Ma'am, Principal, Grameen, Taranad Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our beloved principals, Professor and HOD, Department of Panchakarma, and President of this webinar, Dr. L.M. Birada, sir, Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Terda. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Organizing Secretary of this webinar, Dr. Chetna Pujari, ma'am, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Roga Nidana, JMC Terda. Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of entire institute, I would like to extend a special thanks to all guest speakers, Dr. Prasanna N. Moksale, sir, Associate Professor, Department of PG Studies in Roga Nidana, STM College of Ayurveda, Udupi. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shalini Rao Rai, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Roga Nidana, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Veena G. Rao, madam, Department of PG Studies in Panchakarma, JSS Ayurveda Medical College, Mysore. Thank you, ma'am. And the speaker, Dr. Madhav Diggavi, sir, Professor, Department of PG Studies in Kaya Chikitsa, Taranad Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Ballari. Thank you, sir. I would like to extend my thanks to our teaching staff, non-teaching staff, hospital staff, and students of GMC Terda. Thank you, one and all. Over to Dr. Srikanth, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So today we are going to conclude our this webinar with this famous quote. To accomplish great things, we must not only act but also dream, not only plan but also believe. With this quote, we are concluding our webinar marathon from Grameen Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirda. Stay with us and stay tuned for more updates. Thank you.